Good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the start of the Group C campaign. Before we tuck into the action though, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday when Barry Van Peer became the first player to book his place in Saturday's finals nights. Here's Henry with the highlights.
This bottom of Group A, although there will be reasons for optimism. Last time he was here, he had a really good campaign when it came to Group C. As for James Hull, he finished 5th in the group. If he won his final game, he would have qualified for Group B. But will the hillbilly rock and roll when we head into the afternoon's action here at the Live Lounge? As for Ryan Harrington, he was the player of the day yesterday. Put in a real improved performance, put in some good performances and put in some really good checkouts like this 102 against Vincent. As for the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton will be seeing her later on this evening. She finished 3rd in Group A, and after the struggles of day 1, she backed it up in day 2 and 3 with some great performances. Talking about great performance, Jacob Taylor in most Group A's probably would have ended up being the victor of what he put in over the course of Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. But no one could deny Barry Van Peer his place in finals night, setting a record in terms of leg difference of plus 34. He is going to be a real threat for a Champions League place.
Yeah, an absolutely superb debut campaign from the Dutchman there. But looking at the Group A table, then let's have confirmation of how things finished up yesterday on the 3rd and final day of action. Of the 3 players to drop into Group C, you have to say Ryan Harrington, given his performance levels yesterday, he's going to be the most confident coming into today.
Yeah, you'd have to say so. I think Jack Vincent is still trying to get some experience, and I think he'll probably feel quite similar to what he has felt the last couple of days. But as far as Ryan Harrington is concerned, he came into Wednesday with the right attitude. I had a chat with him yesterday, and he said that he just removed the pressure from his shoulders, went out there to try and perform and have a better day, and boy did he, getting 8 points from 10.
Yeah, absolutely. His demeanour seemed completely different as well, didn't it? Because he wasn't berating himself during matches, and that really helped take that pressure off his shoulders. Yeah,
and he said to me also that he felt like he had an epiphany at the start of Wednesday's play as well. And when you get those epiphanies, you've got to be able to, move forward with them. And if he can play with less pressure throughout the course of the week, he may be a potent threat.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the numbers then from Group A. This is a culmination of the 3 days of action. And when you look at this, of course, we had such fantastic finishing, didn't we, on Monday? Wasn't quite the same on Tuesday. We weren't able to replicate that, but it finished up over 35% for the 3 days of action. That's about where you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, when you look at the history of the Super Series, you tend to look at an overall average of around about 85, maybe a tiny bit lower than that. So the fact that we are closer to 87 is a really good mark. The checkout rate is very, very good. Anything towards the 35 to 36% mark has got to be noted. I think we've been treated to some tremendously steady play from Jacob Taylor, some spectacular stuff at times from Barry Van Peer. But I'm really intrigued to see what the people do as they've now dropped into Group C. It's now a fresh chance. And it's been a great week so far, and we're only halfway through.
Yeah, let's have a look then at some of the players in Group C action. Of course, we've seen the 3 to drop into Group C from Group A, but joining them, we have some fantastic quality as well. Huntley, of course, a winner on the seniors circuit at the weekend, but didn't win his final until 2:30 a.m. So maybe he'd be better suited to Group B.
Maybe, but when it comes to timing, some players just don't get bogged down by when they play. They just say, oh, okay, tell me when I'm on and I'll play it. And Mike's like that. He's a great person to have in the practice room as well. I think everybody will get something from him because he's just a walking piece of positivity.
And Martin Thomas, do we expect maybe a mid-80s level from him over the course of the week?
I think we maybe expect a little bit less from him than we maybe did a year ago. He's still trying to figure out some form and maybe some technical issues. But the thing is, he's got another chance now to try and put himself on the map the way he did the last 18 months with us.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we, of course, are very much aware of what he's capable of doing. He showed it, didn't he, at the back end of 2021 on the Pro Tour. Some really fantastic victories then. Let's have a look at how the bookies fancy Group C action. What do you think when you see Martin Thomas as the 13-8 favourite coming into this?
I'm quite surprised by that, actually, because when you think about people like Mike Huntley who have won very recently, he's obviously in winning form, but to see him at 5-1 is a bit of a surprise. But I think the spread of 13-8 from the top to the bottom of Jack Vincent, I think that is fair, because I think this is one of the most open Group Cs I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's move on to your ACCA then. Assets ACCA for the first day of Group C action, and it returns over 8-1. Talk us through your selections.
Well, Martin Thomas, to have the handicap betting in there at -1.5, it's a bit of a punt. I will say that. But then again, all of them are, because like I've just mentioned, this group is impossible to predict. Stu Wilson versus Vincent, most 180s for Jack Vincent at 13-8. It's just an inviting price, and we don't know what kind of form Stu Wilson's going to have coming into this. So these are quite speculative, as opposed to maybe the last couple of days where things, were a bit easier to predict because we had a bit of information, and you tend to find that on the first day as well. Vincent versus Thomas, handicap betting on that one. Thomas 1.5 once again. I think that is quite fair based on what we've seen from Vincent this week, but he's got a great chance to rebound. If I get it wrong, it's all on me, but 8.62-1. It's not as heavy as the last couple of days, but it's a lot harder to predict.
Yeah, you went bold in Group A, didn't you? Not so much today. Just a final word before we throw to our first match of this morning's session. Ryan Harrington, because of the way he started yesterday, how important do you think it is that he gets a win under his belt early doors? Because we saw how much of a difference that made to him yesterday.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, because when you think about getting 8 points out of 10 yesterday, he's almost playing a game of snakes and ladders, and he's constantly finding the ladders going up at the minute. The last thing you want to do is find a snake and go all the way back to where he was at the end of Monday's play, when he averaged 62 in his last game, and he just didn't really know what he was doing. So keep the momentum going, keep the positivity going, and anything's possible. Absolutely.
Right then, let's hand over to Henry Deacon to guide you through all of the action.
A very good afternoon, Abby, and a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a brand new start time here at the MODUS Super Series. It is lunchtime tungsten for you on a Thursday and Friday, and we get underway with a battle of Wales and England. It's Ryan Harrington, the man who came oh so close to qualifying for Group B yesterday, had a really good day to set himself fair, but the Monday and Tuesday sessions cost him in that particular quest. He takes up Martin Thomas. Tomo, the former Challenge Tour event winner, the man the bookies think is best placed to go on and win this particular group. But we've seen from Ryan Harrington over the first 3 days worth of competition here at the MODUS Super Series is, as he's getting along the week, he is putting up the levels as well. Change of referee for this afternoon session. Charlie Corsfine's going to be in charge of the action, fresh from a Premier League appearance in Newcastle last week. And talking about a man who's fresh and talking about Newcastle, here's Paul Nicholson. Very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Seems very strange to say that at the start of Group C, but welcome to the new time slot, everybody. Hope you're well, and hope you're braced for a very long couple of days of highly anticipated darts action here in Week 8. I'm going to put you on the spot from the very start, Henry, because I've been asking people this over the last 16 hours.
115.
Who's favourite for this group? I know the bookies have actually got Martin Thomas as the favourite. Now, I don't mean to impugn our friends
99
at the odds compilers, but I'm not sure how they got there. I don't know who the favourite is for this group, quite frankly. It is so open.
77.
And that's what makes this group so intriguing.
And it's a sort of group where if you think you know who's going to win it, or you think you've got a flavour who's going to win it, then you back
41.
your horse quite early in terms of doing that. I mean, you look at the likes of James Hubble, for example, placed at 3-1. Ryan Harrington at 4s. Now, Mike Huntley won an event
60.
last week.
Martin,
he's 5-1. Stu Wilson's played
160.
some great stuff here at 10. So it's a sort of group where I think anyone, if you fancy them, you hang your hat on them early. It's Martin Thomas, right from the get-go, going to show us why he is the man best placed with the bookmakers' perspective to go on and win the group. Well, he sets himself up fair for double 10, but can Harrington kick off this afternoon session with a ton topper?
84. Martin, you require 20.
He doesn't, and Thomas goes for 10s. Just to the left of that.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Thomas.
I don't know if Martin Thomas has got a nickname, but it probably should be called the Tank, right?
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Just has a really nice ring to it, doesn't it? I'm sure Kirk Bevins would definitely engage with that nickname as well, because It's a famous train. That's a famous shot there from Ryan Harrington, who I think might be fancied to get 180s throughout the course of the next couple of days.
85.
Providing he makes one big adjustment. His miss this week has been low. You can see his darts going
60.
in the board very upright. If he doesn't get the timing of the release right, his darts will go short of the target, like that double 16 shot in leg 1.
95.
If he can fix that, top 2 in this group is a very good goal for him. If he doesn't fix it and he gets more of those darts right there, and you can see how he feels about it, then maybe top 2 will be out of his reach.
Well, we saw him in that first leg give off a little bit of that frustration that we saw from him on Monday here at the Super Series. Yesterday and Tuesday, we saw a bit more of a
60.
Relaxed manner from Ryan, but a little bit of frustration early on. Two-day group for the players, so of course there is a bit more urgency from the get-go to get results. But he probably, out of the players that have dropped out of Group A into this group, would have been the one that probably felt the best about their efforts because of what he did yesterday.
95.
Let's face it, at the start of Wednesday,
70.
if you'd have said to Ryan that you're going to get 8 points, his eyes would have widened. He would have said, yes, please.
38.
And one thing he was very good at yesterday was his double 16. He was excellent down there.
Elsewhere, there was a couple of troubles on the doubles because he actually missed 28 darts at the outer ring yesterday.
Game shot on the second leg.
All as well
Ryan Harrington.
on double 16 once again for a 1-1 scoreline. For the man averaging 83.13 this week.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first.
And I've done some collating of his daily averages. His best day, funnily enough, was on Monday. As it was for most players, in fact.
180.
Thomas joins the party in the 180 column. That's his first of the week. But Harrington averaged over 86
92.
on Monday. Then he was 7 less than that on Tuesday. But Wednesday was pretty typical of what he's done all week. Almost 84.
81.
But his timing on his shots was much better. And he was winning the scruffy encounters that he was losing earlier in the week as well.
95.
You've got to do that here. Not everything is going to be 107, 103 or high 90s, like we've seen from Jacob Taylor and from Barry Van Peer. Sometimes you've got to win with an 84 or a 79. And Ryan did that better yesterday than at any point this week.
What I'm seeing from Ryan Harrington's quite similar to what we saw from Harry Ward a few weeks ago.
Martin
Been out the game for a little while,
160.
and the natural level was good. But when you've not been down that well and you've not been in the heat of battle as much in recent times than you have done in the past,
44.
sometimes when it gets tense, you need to find that gear. Because you've not been there as much, sometimes you don't get over the line because you forget what it's like to be there. But once you get used to it, you find that again.
58.
It's like riding a bike. You never lose it, but you've got to be able to get back on it every now and then to find out how you do it.
Yeah, I think that's very fair, actually.
39.
You could use numerous players for that example. If you were to put them into bat right now, they'd feel a bit nervous at the start because they don't have in-game pressure exposure in recent times. And maybe I'm one of those examples.
74.
You
Martin
can relate to Ryan's
77.
story because you played here in Series 1. You hadn't played hardly any competitive darts in the build-up as Thomas takes a 2-1 lead. What was it like for you coming into it, not being in that heat of the battle, not having that gameplay experience?
It's Ryan to
It was
throw
a bit strange at the start, but
on.
one of the things that I was able to do was to practice in a certain way on my own, because I didn't practice with anybody else.
40.
I was able to put myself under pressure in practice to mimic it. And that's what a lot of people don't do. If you can find somebody to play against,
177.
tremendous. But what do you do if you can't? What if you live in a remote area and you don't have access to a practice partner? How do you mimic that pressure? It's about what you do as far as the games are concerned to make yourself feel that in-game pressure. It will never be the same, but you can get close. Just like Martin Thomas was close, setting up a 9-dart option there. He was 4 perfect darts into it.
41.
It's the second time in this match he's been 4 perfect darts into a leg. Playing well here, just under 90 the average, 2 from 4 on the doubles.
Well, maybe the odds compilers know a little bit more about Martin Thomas's form than we do. It's the second time in this contest he's left a bogey number, and it's the same one, 166. But the difference this time is that Ryan is not on a finish.
What's it our friend Chris Mason likes to say? You never meet a poor bookie.
That's exactly what Chris says.
94. $180. Martin, you require 72.
There's a bit of pressure on the 72 all of a sudden. Double 6.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
They're the
Martin
shots
Thomas.
that make you feel good at the start of a campaign. All of a sudden, Harrington is tapping Martin on the shoulder as if to say, if you don't get this,
5th leg,
I'm going to draw level.
First.
But Thomas
Game on.
is obviously sharp. This is a good performance. And he wants that dot right there.
180.
As a player like Martin Thomas, have a better first dart, a better second dart than what he just did.
39.
And he's firing this huge warning sign to everybody in Group C. He's graced Saturday nights with us before.
140.
But not here. He's yet to get it right in Portsmouth. In Southampton, he was a thorn in everybody's
41.
side.
It's fair to say going into this game he's a little bit of an unknown quantity. We haven't really got any statistics from him since after Q School in 2023.
60.
But what we have seen from Martin in this game is a huge level of performance, a 92.35, couple of maxes when he's been given opportunities. He's taken them, and he may well take out the game
Martin
here
required
in this visit, the 1-2-1, but
121.
he's going to have the luxury of time. Harrington just regressing in this 5th leg.
Should take his time. Now, he has the option of going for the ball if he wishes.
81.
And decided not to. Martin is the kind of player that loves tops.
135.
If he takes this out right
40.
here for a 5-visit leg, he's got my attention.
$30.
Not just yet. More pressure coming. And
100. Martin, you
got an awkward
require
double
10.
5.
And because his darts sit low in the board, if one goes just above, where he's deciding to split 2 double 4, that's how much he hated the line.
No score.
Well, I hate it even more
Ryan,
now
you
because he's going to
require
have to go back to the
140.
start. Unless Harrington could have found a 140.
That really didn't work out well.
60.
If he was going to miss
Martin,
the double
you
4,
require 10.
he's probably better off missing it. High or low. How does he find this?
No score.
That was a tremendous effort.
Ryan, you require
I didn't
80.
think he could see any of it. How was Harrington still in the game?
Thomas had left tops after 12. He may not win the leg. Because the opportunities, they have come and they have gone.
60.
But Harrington cannot take advantage of
Martin,
his one
required
dart
10.
at the top of the board. And so Thomas again returns for what has been a pesky double 5 from his perspective.
Shots,
but it gets
and
him
the
over the
match.
line
Martin
in leg
Thomas.
5. And Martin Thomas, the bookmaker's favourite to go on. Well, for the first 3 quarters of that match, he played to the type of level that is expectant of a player that would go on and win the group. The average dips down to 82.72, but that's because of the missed doubles in the end to get the job done in that match. A couple of maximums prior to that. The 4 from 15 was a much better doubles percentage. For Ryan Harrington, it's defeat for him in his opening salvo. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Mike Huntley in action. He takes on James Hurrell.
Mike Huntley and James Hurrell in action next. They have previously been involved in a group together back in October of last year. They battled it out in the same Group A campaign. Hurrell the winner of all 3 encounters that week. Huntley, of course, claiming another seniors title at the weekend, the winner of the Target Darts Open Series Event 1. To find out who makes the brighter start to their Group C campaign, here's Henry and Nico.
Here we go then, game 2. James Hurrell, who has been involved over the last 3 days, will now take on one of the happiest men in darts, Mike Huntley. A wonderful, vibrant soul who comes to us from South Wales. And I know Abby is from that area as well, so Ms. Davis, you can't have your favourites this week, even though this man is from a town that I'm not going to pronounce because I don't want to get it wrong. But the 51-year-old has had quite the year so far, made his debut in the World Senior Championship and has won a senior event in the last few days. But James Hurrell will probably come into this as favourite.
To throw first. Game on.
Based on reputation and what he's done this week at times, Henry. I suppose we have to emphasise at times because over the course of this week, he has regressed
81.
from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. Yesterday wasn't good for him.
Well, the question is, we don't know what we're going to get from James Hurrell. As you say, it's been up and down at points this week.
140.
But as for Mike Huntley, well, winning tournaments gives you this kind of air of confidence. And he won an Open Series event on the World Seniors Circuit in Blackpool last weekend. And you know what the old mantra they say is, winning breeds winning, and will that be a formula towards success for the South
100.
Wales man this week?
Has a very upright stance and a somewhat upright angle of attack when the dart hits the board with
100.
that very slim flight. Doesn't overthink the game, Mike. Just flings at what he sees.
140.
Did play in a couple of groups the last time he was with us. Didn't get through Group A and didn't get through Group C. So he's still looking for his first Saturday night.
81.
He's
James
probably in the kind of nick
121.
where he's maybe more ready to make Saturday night than ever before. But it's very fair of me to say that Hurrell has always
81.
been ready to make Saturday night, because whenever he's been here, he has qualified for the final day of the week.
Well, he's been the George Russell of the Super Series. He's been Mr. Saturday as Huntley, after the
100.
first trouble, decided to go
James
tops.
Mackay,
And
40.
tops has been a double that James Hurrell has had a love affair with this week.
He wasn't bad on 10s yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg. James Hurrell.
And if one thing has been going right this week, it's been just putting those two doubles together
Second leg, it's
when
James
needed.
to throw first. Game
Tops
on.
goes, if it doesn't, 10s works. That little equation has worked well. But it is fair of me to say, looking at his overall averages this week, that the scoring has not
57.
been to the level that he would like. Averaged 87 on Monday, and the last 2 days, 84.
And one thing you'll get from
41.
Hurrell, maybe not a plethora of maximums, but his 140 hitting is up there with anyone in this particular tournament.
$26.
Needs to get rid of visits like that. But you're right. Some players are noted for maximum hitting.
100.
Some players are just a bit more efficient when it comes to stringing 2 or 1 treble visits together. And at this level, it is incredibly fair for me to say that these guys expect to be on 161 after 9.
44.
That's what they expect to have. At worst, 201 after 9.
137.
I remember when I was practicing when I was growing up, I always wanted to be better than 301 after 9. And in my progression, I then tried to get to 261 after 9.
100.
221 after 9. And these were just incremental steps I was taking. But at this level, just below the elite,
140.
you'd have to say their first 9, it really should be around 100 to 102 for the first 9.
100. Michael, you require
Don't
83.
have first 9 stats here at the Super Series as a present. But maybe that's something we could look at designing into the future as we continue the evolution of stats within the sport.
43.
Yeah, I bet the producers are saying to me right now, stop giving us extra work to do. I'm just giving everybody an indication of what these players would be thinking, where they want to be after 3 visits.
44. Michael, you require 40.
Huntley on tops after 5 of them. Should be taking this out.
30.
But he can't do what Hurrell did in
James,
leg
you
1.
require 130.
Hurrell gets a look. 420s for Bull. He would snap up. How about 6?
120.
As happy as he
Michael,
was with the
requires
first 2
10.
darts, that will be erased by his dismay of how much he missed double 5 by. Double 2.
Game shot on
And
the
we are
second
level
leg.
eventually.
Michael Huntley.
What a piece it is. And you'll actually see
Third leg, it's
Mike's
Michael to
points
throw
there.
first.
Now, we spoke earlier
Game
on this week, didn't we, about the new DRA rule, which will come into regulation at the beginning of 2024. Now, you can have a look at Mike's points there. You can see it with that second dart at the top of the double 20
100.
bed. It's quite a sharp point, which may well be one of those that may be outlawed at the beginning of 2024.
100.
I'm going to be really fascinated as to what happens when that occurs. It seems to me like this is a point that is made of a very shiny
59.
steel. But at the very end of it, it has been roughed up and almost tapered with roughness. And you don't see many players these
99.
days with purely smooth points. I think Dave Chisnell's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe Damon Hetta. But ultimately, all of the advancement in point
70.
technology, it will have to be regulated over the next 8-9 months. And people are going to have to get used to this because it is going to come into effect. You are not
83.
allowed any sort of grip element, I believe, in the bottom 1.5 centimetres of a point.
100.
And if I was a person using a point that is scheduled to be banned, from July this year, I would start using something that I could. Give myself 6 months
87.
to get used to it.
For those who perhaps are tuning into this for the first time or maybe not fully with what we're talking about, just describe what that extra little bit at the
83.
bottom of that
James
point would do in terms of grip and helping the dart get into
132.
the board.
Well, it will grab the plant material that is used to make the dartboards called sisal. But what these grippy darts can also do is they can grab onto it so tightly, it can then be thrust out of the board and create an
64.
inconsistent playing
Michael,
surface.
you require 89.
Now, sisal is perishable to start with, but what they don't want is that sisal to be roughed up to a certain degree where the board is not playable after four or five licks.
Game shot on
How
the third
good was that
leg.
recovery from Michael Huntley? Wow, 82 and 2 after a bad first start in the 7th, and he's
Fourth
now
leg,
got
it's
the
James
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
Playing the types of darts that's won him titles over recent times.
And it's not the only one either. He's a multiple title winner in seniors darts.
140.
What are your thoughts on the fact that he played at 2:30 in the morning for that final against Martin Turner?
For someone that's used to commentating on darts at 2:30 in the morning, it must have felt like a normal day,
80.
but I heard a story from that final where he's gone to stretch out during that game, and he stretched out so far that he's accidentally hit a
100.
chandelier at the back of the stage and accidentally put his opponent off. Completely accidental, of course, but it's one of those stories you get from those floor events, because we play in all sorts of interesting
60.
environments and these tour matches and these floor events. Even at PDC professional level, whatever level it is, sometimes you get some weird and quirky stories from floor events.
You don't get many
140.
people saying, oh, by the way, I've just touched a chandelier while stretching. That doesn't happen in many sports. Maybe we can hold on to that one for a while.
100.
That's a good last
James
start.
required 121.
Hurrell on a finish after 9. Like we mentioned, you want to be on 161 or better. This is the elite level. You want to be on 81 to 121 after 9. That's what the likes
81.
of world number 1 Michael Smith would grade himself on. He wants to be on 81 to 121 after 9, most legs.
100. James, you require 40.
This has been a good response from Hurrell. Even tops after 12. Elite
Game
level
shot on
darts,
the
an elite
fourth
level leg. That's
James
a 13
Hurrell.
darter on his favoured tots, a level up at 2 apiece. And it's another quality match here. Now, we spoke at the beginning of the day and at the end of yesterday what
Game on.
the new time zone, the new start time of 1 p.m. would do to the players in Group C. Well, perhaps we are seeing it in full effect here from the standard we're getting right from the
140.
get-go.
We can see it from 2 points of view because we're going to be here for this session and the session after. It's going to be a long day for us and we don't mind that. But from a player's perspective,
140.
I don't know many players who will see this as a disadvantage. I think all of these guys will say, you know what, I'd much rather get out of bed
100.
at 8:30 in the morning. Have a bit of time for some breakfast and maybe go for a walk and get myself ready to start at 1 o'clock. That will feel so familiar to some of these players.
100.
Starting at 9:30 is a challenge for some people, especially the people coming off the Pro Tour from the last few years.
123.
Take John Henderson, for instance. Played on the Pro Tour for years. Used to playing at 12 noon. That's the start time. But then imagine throwing him into a group where it starts at 9:30. That will feel so alien.
140. Michael, you require 138.
This will feel a bit more familiar.
It's got more of a ring to a
160.
normal televised tournament, which you may see in the
James
PDC or in
121.
other places, as he leaves himself on double 11 there by Huntley.
Yeah, that was an inadvertent double 18. He did not want to be leaving double 11, I assure you. But look on the bright side, Mr. Huntley.
97.
It's a double after 12, and you are getting a look at it.
Michael, you require 22.
Just in yesterday's vein, how many world titles have been won on double 11?
Adrian Lewis famously won one on that double.
Is Mr. Huntley winning this leg on double
No
11?
score.
He is not. And Hurrell gets a look
James, you
at the
require
next one up.
24.
Double 12. We've seen a leg won on double 6 today by a Welshman.
12.
But we aren't seeing one
Michael, you
from
require
Hurrell right now.
22.
To his dismay once again.
Both players missing a couple of visits worth of doubles in this match. Can he bump one off there? Well, he could, but it's just the other side, and so double 8 means it is going to be double 3. Down to the most southern region of the board.
19.
It's almost
James
like the
required
Antarctica of
12.
darts. Going down to the basement of the board. And he comes out feeling pretty cold. They're both getting a look at double 3 in this leg. Got to be aggressive with this one.
6.
Like you said
required
yesterday,
3.
Henry, there's only one way you can get this. That's part 1.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
part
5th
2
lay. Michael
for
Huntley.
3-2. Right now, Hurrell is going to be feeling empty. And this is game 1 of Group C. And
Sixth leg, it's
already
James to
Michael
throw
Huntley is
first.
weak at the
Game
knees
on.
at how difficult this game has been.
They've both had to work harder than perhaps they would have expected for opportunities to come by to get the legs done.
140.
Scoring-wise, it's been a fairly good game. James Hull has had 7 scores of 140 or more. Huntley has been really consistent when it's come to the ton plus bracket. He's had 11 of them in this match. But when it's come to finishing the legs off, they have found
100.
life very difficult.
25 darts at a double and 5 hits. That's 20% overall
45.
for both players. That's not going to be good enough over the next couple of afternoons. If you were to
100.
ask me the question of what standard would be good enough, if you look at the graphic slide that we had at the top of the show, if you're averaging in this group,
60.
in my opinion, 86.5 with 35% in your doubles, I think that might get you into the top 2 if you hit a few key shots at the right moments.
43.
And by key shots, I do mean things like 1-1-1 when you need to take a lead in a match.
100.
So what was your answer about 11 winning world titles?
So Adrian Lewis definitely did it. And
45. James required 156.
sure, there was a BDO World Championship one somewhere on that double. Don't know why Martin Adams is springing to my mind.
95.
You got to stop thinking, Henry, because you had the right answer with the first one. There's only been the one. Just Adrian Lewis. He's the only person to
139.
have
James
won
requires
a
61.
male world title on 11. 4 for Hurrell.
Game shot on the 6th
That's a superb
leg.
conversion.
James Hurrell.
And when I was talking about key moments, there's one for James. And if he gets out of this with a win, it will give himself
7th and final leg. It's Michael to
little
throw
jolt of
first.
confidence.
Game on.
through a game that's been very, very difficult to handle.
It's one of those games
41.
where both players now just want to get out the other side with the W. Maybe not reflect upon it too much, because I think they both know the doublings are going to have to improve as the afternoon stretches on.
At which point as well, for the people coming from Group A, do they start to
59.
just tire a little bit? This is day 4 for James. It's day 4 for Harrington. It's day 4 for Jack Vincent, who you will see in the next match against Stu Wilson.
26.
It's the classic clash here at the MODUS Super Series. It's the freshness against the well-practiced.
And I suppose we have an unknown element as well this week, because by and large, the players have dropped, well,
140.
when players drop into this group, they drop into it for playing 9:30 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they come back in for 2 more mornings. Now, the players have had a little bit more time to prepare for this
125.
particular set of Group C fixtures. They would have had a little bit more time in the morning. They could have done things at a bit more of a leisurely pace. If they wanted to go out for a little walk in the morning, they could have. If they wanted to
98.
lay in bed for a little while in the morning, they could have as well. So that's going to be a different dynamic which we haven't seen yet. And so that unknown conundrum is going to be
60.
something that I think over the next couple of weeks is going to fascinate us and see whether that makes a difference in proceedings.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. One thing James is very good at
140.
is adapting. The first time he was here on a Saturday night, nobody had ever played here before. He was one of the first
43.
players to
James
grace this
requires
stage.
64.
He qualified in Southampton and played the final here. He's one of the first people to play in this session in the afternoon.
Game shot.
And he is one of the first
match.
players
James
to 2
Hurrell.
points. He wins a game that maybe he shouldn't have But when you do win games like that, you think maybe I can get myself through to another Saturday night. Work for Huntley to do. As for James Hurrell, he will be happy overall with his stats, but he did win the key battles in the end. When it comes to Stu Wilson and Jack Vincent, they will have their first match in this Group C campaign after this.
So Stu Wilson in action next, and as Nico said at the top of the show, we're not sure what level to expect from him today on the Challenge Tour. In Hildesheim a couple of weeks ago, of the 5 games he played, he averaged in the 70s for 4 of them. Can he elevate that level in this one against a player in Jack Vincent, whose level has been pretty up and down this week, but ultimately plenty of positives in regards to the way he's improved since we first saw him here at the Live Lounge. To find out who joins Martin Thomas and James Hurrell on 2 points, let's hand back to our commentary team.
That's us, Abby. It's what we do, and let's see what these guys can do. Nice to see Jack back here on Thursday, but it's a very warm welcome back to Stu Wilson from the very fine town of Preston, which I know very well because I lived there for over a year. So maybe I'm a little bit biased in this game. Only joking, Jack, because I've been to the town of Dunstable as well. I haven't lived there. But maybe if you want to find out a little bit more about Dunstable, you'd have to ask him. We know a little bit about JV this week. He's been dwelling in the bottom 3 of the table pretty much the whole of week 8. But as for Stu Wilson, let's find out what he's up to. Because he's definitely got his MODUS Super Series colours on today, Henry.
Yeah, he's come colour coordinated. I like that. You
First
do realise
leg, it's
there's no
Stu to throw
players don't have to
first.
wear a uniform,
Game on.
don't they? They can go as they like. As long as they've got the correct trousers and shoe wear on.
Yes, I used to live in Preston for quite a few years.
81.
Not quite a few years, quite a few months. I was in transit living with my brother for a while, and I found the nice bits of Preston. Some lovely people there.
100.
Big darts tournaments in Preston as well. I'm sure Fallon Sherrick remembers winning the World Trophy there. I had the best steak and ale pie of my life in Preston as well. And you would expect that from the northwest of England.
60.
But what are we going to get from Stu this week? Highly rated in Lancashire. And maybe coming into this group a little bit under the radar.
97.
Maybe all of the chatter will be about Martin Thomas, possibly Ryan Harrington, Hurrell and Huntley, who we've already seen. So maybe these 2 players can just get along with things and float under the radar for a little period of time at the start of this group.
Yeah, we've not seen an awful lot of him on this stage for a little while, but we have
60.
seen him active in competition elsewhere. Played at the Scottish Open in the WDF system, has played a number of Challenge Tour events this year, although they haven't quite
60.
gone to plan for him so far this year. He made it through to the second stage of Q School, where he took Keegan Brown, the player who went on to win a tour card, regain his tour card all the way to a last leg as Jack Vincent gets his first max of this match and what's been a good opening leg, which Wilson looks to round off with a Shanghai finish. Can he find a route to the treble? Not on this occasion, so Vincent will get an opportunity
78.
to break the throw right from the get-go.
Requires 64.
Every player in World Darts goes for this corner of the board in 64.
48.
But not every player takes it.
Stu, you require 42.
And Wilson will be looking to sail away with a 1-0 lead. Two eights for him.
26.
And he makes the same
Jack
error
requires
that
16.
Jack made.
But will Jack be able to make up for it on this particular visit? Double four. That might be a nice guy for him.
Game
It
shot
is
on
a
the
nice
first
guy for him.
day.
And he
Jack
does
Vincent.
accrue the breaker throw at the earliest possible opportunity to take a 1-0 lead against Stu Wilson. How important
Second
do you think
leg,
it
it's
is
Jack to throw first.
for Jack
Game on.
confidence-wise after the end he had to his Group A campaign to get a victory as soon as possible?
Yeah, I think if he can go into game 4 today,
60.
at worst, with 2 wins and 1 loss, I think that will stand him in good stead. As for the day, if he can walk away with the most amount of points he's got for the week
140.
in a daily campaign, that will make him feel good. He had 4 points on Monday in what was a very high quality day as well. We have to say that in front of a crowd. But I hate to use that old adage of
60.
take one game at a time, do what you think is right for your game and see where it takes you. And don't forget, you can be part of our audience on Saturday night. If you're able to make it to Portsmouth, you can register for tickets at dartshop.tv and they are free
90.
of charge. You might even run into me and Henry.
May even get a selfie. Could even have a selfie with Corinne Hammond.
60.
Oh, I forgot you're presenting on Saturday night, aren't you? Because you're going to be up on the first class balcony.
Gonna get wined and dined. Well, no alcohol-free wine because I am presenting.
97.
When I say wined and dined, there's a popular chain of confectionery snacks across the road.
134. Stu, you requires 74.
Okay, so he has fixed it pretty well.
Game shot on
And
the
he does a
second leg.
fabulous job
Stu
in the end.
Wilson.
Jack was thinking he was going to get a look at his finish. He was wrong. Have you ever been to Preston?
Third leg, it's Stu to throw
Funny
first.
you say that. The first
Game on.
ever time I ever worked in a job like this where I had to stay overnight was in Preston. It was the Vanarama National League, Barrow against Harrington Waterlooville, and we stayed in
60.
Preston overnight. We went to this curry house just down the road from the hotel we stayed at, and we ordered this naan, and it's hanging off like
140.
it's hanging like off this like coat hanger thing. It's massive, absolutely massive. It took up the whole of the table pretty much. But yeah, really, really nice people there. Very nice hotel we
45.
stayed at as well. Then we proceeded to get drubbed by Barrow by 3-0 opening day of the season, and that's kind of how the season went along.
Yeah, I think Preston gets a bad rap, actually. I think
85.
it's a great place. Got some great golf courses. It's not too far from the Gulf Coast. You can be in Southport in about 20 to 25 minutes. And it's a great place to live if you want to be
56.
halfway between Edinburgh and London. Because it is the halfway point between Edinburgh and London.
I think there's somewhere in the city down there that actually magnifies where it is, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
there's a stone there.
Yeah.
It's an old stone, and it's
100.
protected because it says this is the halfway point between the capitals of Scotland and England.
Very fortunate we to visit Preston's training ground as well, Preston North End's training ground that weekend, and you look at the
140.
facilities and things like that. It just boggles the mind. You know, this is elite level sport, and you realise it's elite level sport when you go to places like that.
And following on from the conversation that we had a little bit earlier in the week,
140.
Preston's in the north. That is definitely in the north. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
$100.
That's a great last start
Jack
from
to
Stu.
require 36.
Now, in every likelihood, Jack is going to break here, but that last start was magical.
$18.
Doesn't really
Stu
get
require
close.
100.
Wilson would love to find the treble 20, possibly in the top left corner. Another one of those would be handy.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the third
wonderful
leg.
shot.
Stu Wilson.
I didn't think he was going to hit it over the top of the first start, but he doesn't care where it is, as long as it's in the red.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
He's in the red and he's in the lead, and JV may feel as if he needs snookers again.
41.
Preston's a bit of a snooker town, isn't it? Is it the Guildhall has held snooker events?
Held loads of events back in the day. Abby may correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure it was the Preston Guildhall where
62.
Ronnie O'Sullivan hit his 1000th century against Neil Robertson back in 2019. No longer there, unfortunately. Yeah, the Guildhall also held the
55.
2018 BDO World Trophy that you were mentioning a little bit earlier on, won by Fallon Sherrick and our commentary colleague Glenn Durrant, who's going to be here next week.
And we don't even know who owns those trophies anymore.
140.
That auction came to an end last week. We know who owns the Women's World Championship trophy now. It's Trina Gulliver. But as to who owns the others, we just don't know.
60.
Anyone's guess.
I had a sneaky suspicion, you know, that Michael van Gerwen might go in for that World Masters trophy, because that was his first major.
99.
I'm sure it'll all come to light in the end.
Those trophies, the World Masters trophies, should be played for in the WDF system for me.
125.
I think we can have that discussion a little bit later off the air. What they're playing for here is a place in Saturday night where a big novelty cheque of £5,000 is waiting.
100.
And then the end of the rainbow on May 6th, a big cheque for £20,000. That's already been cashed by Raymond Smith in Super Series 2 and at the back end of last year
60.
by Conan Whitehead.
Stu, you require 100.
So we've had an Australian winner and an English winner. Could we possibly get somebody from a different country
44.
winning in Super
Jack to
Series
require
3?
160.
Stu Wilson and Jack Vincent are hoping that it's another Englishman because they want it to be them.
Well, we've got Welsh representation, we've got Dutch representation in
48.
those finals, which will
Stu,
take
you
place in the
require
first week
56.
of May. Wilson here looks for 56 to break and open up a 3-1 lead and then throw for the match. Tops is what he wants. That's a nice little line, nice little guide.
36.
But he dips too far
Jack to
below.
require
And so Vincent
112.
looking for the mid-range 112 finish to square this match up at 2 apiece. Remember, he broke in the opener to lead 1-0.
The 60 is still open for business.
88.
I think he was
Stu, you
so
require 20.
happy with that second dart that he flung that third dart just a little too quickly.
Game shot on
And
the
it is a
fourth
3-1
leg.
lead for
Stu
Wilson.
Wilson.
It's not a vintage display, but it's
Fifth
the
leg,
kind
Stu
of
to throw
standard
first.
that
Game
can
on.
negotiate a lot of matches this week. Like I mentioned in the previous game, if you're around that 86 mark with a good doubles percentage, you could do damage. And if we look at the next one,
96.
that can do damage. That 3 out of 7 is 42%. We've already seen this week on a couple of days that that can be replicated through a daily
45.
campaign. I wonder if Stu can.
So one thing that maybe we label players between the difference between playing on the Pro Tour and not
60.
playing on the Pro Tour is There's a lot of players whose A game is explosive and can compete with the best of them. But it's harnessing that B game where you can win at a level that is mid to late 80s that can get you over the line and win games that perhaps you feel you shouldn't have won.
Unfortunately for Jack, it's more of the same of
40.
what we saw yesterday, averaging 79 and getting shots at double and unfortunately not taking them out. You can see from his technique that he's got an excellent
100
amount of ability. But maybe what he's lacking is that one little dusting of magic. That little something that will take
58.
him to another consistent level. As to what that is, I don't know. I don't know what he needs. But that's what this process is all
100.
about. Discovering who you are under pressure and how to make yourself better. How can he replicate more of what he was doing on Monday morning? Because then he was playing
60. Jack, you
at a
require
low to mid-90s range.
156.
And we thought, hang on a minute, he's figured something out. But it has been lost over the last couple of days.
One thing I think's Jack's greatest strength, having spoken to him
100.
over the course of this week, I think is mentally. I think he's one of the most switched on young players we've seen here. Genuinely.
And you know what? That impresses me more than technical ability. Because if you've got a
100.
temperament, it means you're
Jack,
willing
you
to learn
require
and
56.
to roll with it.
So and to extend this game further, it is tots for Vincent.
60.
Not to be, and so Wilson returns to 87.
require 87.
This is for the win then, and the ideal start to join Martin Thomas on 2 points after a 4-1 victory. It's a look at double five.
82. Jack, you
He
require
won't be happy
40.
with that match start.
Match start come and gone. Will he get more in this leg? He may well.
20.
He will.
Stu, you require 5.
So to finish the job off for a 4-1 win, Stu Wilson will choose not lose. Madhouse
Game,
claims
shots,
the point to
and
Stu
the match.
Wilson.
Stu
And
Wilson.
it's a solid enough start to his Super Series campaign. He's got the points on the board. As for Jack Vincent, he's got a couple of minutes in the back room to work out how things are going to work for him as the next couple of days go on. It's a victory for Stu Wilson then by 4 legs to 1. And that's the end of round 1.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. It really was a case of missed darts at double, preventing Jack Vincent from getting a route back into that match. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that one then. Our third match of this afternoon session. Wins, of course, for Martin Thomas, James Hurrell, and there for Stu Wilson, a 4-1 victory. Both players averaging below 80 in that one, but 4 out of 10 on the outer ring, getting Stu Wilson off to a rather steady start to his Group C campaign. Jack Vincent there, as you can see, confirmation 13 darts missed at the outer ring in that one, an average just north of 77 for the man who's already been in action for 3 days here in Group A. And we can take an early look then at the league standings. Of course, just the 3 games played so far for the players. They are all on 1. So 2 points for Stu Wilson, Martin Thomas, James Hurrell. As we mentioned, next up, it's 2 players who are looking for their first win in the group, Ryan Harrington and Michael Huntley. I think many of us expected Harrington to pick up in Group C, where he left off yesterday in Group A, where he won 4 of his 5 matches. Really, really impressive demeanour from him yesterday, having berated himself quite a lot at the start of the group, maybe put more pressure on himself than he admitted at the start of the week, but really impressive the way he rounded off his Group A campaign, and even had a slight chance of forcing his way into Group B, didn't he, at the close of play yesterday. Wasn't quite able to do that, so he is involved in Group C action. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to that early defeat, because in Group A, when he lost his openers on Monday and Tuesday, really struggled to recompose to get himself those victories, until, of course, he played James Hurrell, where he was able to get over the line, and he made a hat-trick of victories in that particular fixture. Let's get into this one then. It is our fourth match of this afternoon session. Henry and Nico, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Round 2 it is then. And this time, Ryan Harrington will take on Michael Huntley. He wasn't able to get over a different Welshman in round 1, as Martin Thomas took him out by 4 legs to 1. But they're both feeling a little bruised coming into round 2. And in this somewhat truncated group, where they only get 10 matches each, as opposed to 15 in Group A, which Ryan's got experience of, every loss is magnified. But one thing that Michael Huntley has over Ryan is Group C experience.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Before. So he knows how Ryan feels. This will feel all very new to the man from Essex.
Well, every time Michael Huntley's played here, he has played a Group C campaign. Last time he was here, he had a second bite of the cherry in Super Series 2. He played in Group C. In fact, Mike Huntley's played here 3 times, and he's doing it under 3 different banners, because the first time he was here, he was an ADC qualifier. The second time, he was a representative of the World Seniors Darts Tour, and this time he is here as a direct invite
99.
Into this event. So he's the first player to have qualified for this tournament through 3 different merits and 3 different metrics.
Are you trying to tell me that the next time he graces this hockey,
41,
he wants to be here because he won a week? That would be a very different invitation. He'd like to be part of the people already through to Champions Week, which
60.
will start in early May. And if you think that's a long way away, think again. It's now the 30th of March. Where has this year gone?
123.
Might be able to get rid of the coat in the next couple of weeks.
Don't do that. You might have just confined us to another 6 weeks of winter, just like Punxsutawney Phil.
We'll check the groundhog, shall we?
96.
I'm glad you knew that reference, by the way. Some people wouldn't.
60. Ryan, you require 112.
Decent start here from Wright.
$56.
Halves the score. And Huntley's got to be careful to make sure he leaves a finish.
140. Ryan, you require 56.
Ryan knows a lot about putting pressure on his opponent, but not getting a shot.
$36.
But Huntley
Michael,
does get a look.
require 92.
And he's earned this opportunity on the basis of the previous visit. And he's going to get 2 opportunities at double 16.
76.
But he can't finish the leg off.
Ryan, you require 20.
And so Harrington returns for double 10 to get a hold of throw in the opener. Is that awkward?
Yes. They're both awkward. Oh,
No
my
score.
word.
Michael,
That
you
is
require
so cruel.
16.
3 caressing the wire. And he could lose the leg now. And he
Game
does.
shot on the first leg. Michael Huntley.
He's going to be feeling like he's ordered himself a party and nobody's
Second leg, it's
turned up.
Michael to throw first. Game on.
That was really cruel. 3 well-thrown shots. When they've left his hand, he thought that every single one of them was going to hit the target.
100.
And none of them did.
It was like an episode of Friday Night Dinner when Martin Goodman decided to decided to sort out a party for his
99.
wife Jackie, and it was in the wrong week. And so only the cleaner and the person who did the windows from 3 years ago turned up.
81.
At least we know what kind of shows you're into. In-between-us style humour, isn't it?
Same guy with a pop-up.
100.
There you go.
I was introduced to that show, The In-Betweeners, recently by Owen Binks and Charlie Corsby, mainly on the
100.
basis that they think I'm like the main character, Will Mackenzie.
You are a little bit.
Don't you start.
Yeah, you are a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that.
98.
On that note, I'm going to give you a question, and I think everybody should ask this of their darting pals. And a big thank you to everybody tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel this afternoon, because we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m.
24.
So you are watching exclusive coverage on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel up until that point. Who's the funniest person you have
44.
come across in darts to date in your career?
Oh, there's a few, isn't there? I mean, Paul Starr
100.
is most
Ryan,
definitely
you require
up there, and
160.
he's next door, and I can hear him from next door. Oh, can we hear the cheer from Harrington of the 160? If this toss goes in,
120.
he grazes the wire.
Michael, you require 96.
Words going through the mind of Ryan Harrington right now. Don't you dare.
Game
But he
shot the
dares.
second leg. Michael
He
Huntley.
doubles down. And it's 2-0 Huntley.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Who's the funniest person that you've spoken to in darts? Paul Starr's a great answer, by the way.
100.
One of our key members of staff here.
Mr. Tungsten Time himself. Robert Rickwood's got a very funny style about him, and I think Tony O'Shea just
100.
may not be a comedian, but he's just got so many amazing stories to tell.
One thing I can tell you about Tony O'Shea, he was in my group when I
60.
played here, and that put me at ease. I had some good friends in that practice room. Andy Jenkins was there, Tony O'Shea, Wes Newton.
60.
But the ability for me to sit down and work with Tony
60.
for a week in 2020, the week that Wayne Warren won the BDO World Championship, there was one night where we all said, let's just sit down and have a chat. And me and Tony sat down for a good couple of hours, and he told me some stories. And I was like a child, just looking at someone who I couldn't revere any more than I did.
60.
The stories were unbelievable. It was like he was talking an audiobook. It was fascinating. And I implore Tony O'Shea, A, to write a book, B, to voice the audiobook as well, because it would sound better in his accent.
And just has such a
45.
calming
Michael, you require
style
84.
towards him, and it comes across very well when we hear him on commentary for various broadcasters. Now, Huntley doesn't have to go for the bullseye here of Harrington back on 176, and he did just have a little check across there
52.
towards the scoreboard. Sensible play, sets himself up on double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
59.
It just doesn't feel like
Michael, you
anything is
require
going Ryan's way,
32.
no matter how hard he tries. He's going to wish it was Wednesday again.
Game
But this
shot
is
on the third
Thursday, and
leg.
he's 3-0
Michael
down.
Huntley.
And I think his expression tells you everything you need to know.
Fourth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you a couple of the people that I think are the funniest that I've ever met. They're both Welsh.
100.
Mark Webster is zany in the best possible way. And Barry Bates, a really good
93.
friend of Michael Huntley. You get Barry in the right mood, he will split your sides all day long.
Still yet to have the
100.
pleasure of working with Mark. Sure that day will come soon.
I've never met anybody in darts broadcasting who has got his memory.
34.
It's borderline eidetic. He knows more about my career than I do myself. It's extraordinary.
$85.
He's over in Germany for the Premier League in Berlin, which is taking place tonight.
100.
Small matter of about 12,000 people there. But we have a great long day of darts for you today. Group C action, and then we have Group B action tonight.
85.
And it could be quite good. Diogo Portela of Brazil will be here. And we know a lot more about Jake Taylor now, don't we? Justin Hood.
138.
Lisa Ashton and Leonard Gates.
131.
Will give you entertainment guaranteed. This has not been very entertaining for Ryan.
Well, effectively, this 136
43.
is a Hail Mary for him.
136.
Because you'd expect Huntley to come back for at least a dart at the bull.
Well, he was looking up for help.
98. Michael, you require 88.
85 left to make sure that Ryan is looking down. And you have to say it, Huntley's
36.
last couple of visits
Ryan, you require 38.
have not been good enough. Well, he's got another one of those shots.
No score.
Well, he had
Michael,
two
you
darts in the
require
way.
52.
And Huntley, by hook or by crook, is now getting match opportunities plenty.
Ryan Harrington's missed 9 darts at double in this match. Huntley, can he
20.
find a route through? He tried
Ryan,
to
you
bump it off
require
that second dart,
38.
but he bumped it the other side. And so Harrington returns, and he attacks the double 19 again. And again, it's awkward for him.
19.
Incredibly awkward.
Michael, you require 32.
He's missed 12 darts at double in the match. And the darts are in the pocket.
Game, shot, and
And
the
it
match.
means that Michael Huntley has got a 4-0 win in his pocket because he's got himself through that game somehow with a 79 average. But he doesn't care because he's won this one by 4 legs to 0. That's game 4 done. Plenty more coming your way after this.
The Welshman. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that match then. Ryan Harrington, nothing going his way in that one, missing all 12 of his attempts at the outer ring. And much like we said before that game, that was really the tail of the tape on Monday and Tuesday as well, wasn't it, for Harrington, after he missed out in his opening match, really struggled at the back end of legs from there. As for Michael Huntley, an average just shy of 80 in that one, 40% checkout success, with that highest out of 96 in that match. Wasn't the highest quality encounter that we've seen today, or that we will see, of course, over the course of the next few hours. But before we tuck into our next match, let's have a look at some of the all-time stats from another Welshman in this field before he returns to the Oche. Martin Thomas, let's have a look at his stats from his previous visits to the Super Series. Really impressive when a player has played that many games here on this stage, that they've won more than they have lost. His highest checkout, he has reeled in the big fish. Unlike our director today, Paul Starr, who missed the bullseye by a whisker last night for a 170, so just had to get there in there. His quickest leg, an 11 darted checkout rate, not quite as high as some of the others we see when they've played that many games, 28.55%. You normally expect that to be up around 30, 31, but his overall average, very impressive indeed, just shy of 85. So next up for him, he's back in action against Jack Vincent, someone who missed a lot of opportunity, squandered his opportunity, didn't he, last time out, to get himself back into the contest. It's been a really quick turnaround for him, so we'll learn a lot about how he's able to put that back to the back of his mind to get over the line in this one and maybe pick up his first 2 points in Group C. Let's hand back over to our commentary team to guide you through all the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, interesting, these statistics from Martin Thomas. And you were intrigued by one or two of the metrics there, in particular the doubles percentage.
Yeah, if you look at the all-time average for Martin Thomas at 84 and change, that's pretty competitive when you've played over 100 matches like you'd seen. But the thing is, throughout that time when he's played, the average percentage that you get from most players is around that 35+% mark. So for Martin to be down at under 29%, you don't have to be a darting genius to figure out what needs to change in order for him to make the top 2 this week. The doubles have got to be good.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
And let's face it, that performance in game 1, it was pretty good. But ultimately, will that standard be good enough to get him through this group?
177.
I'm not entirely sure. He averaged 82 and was 26% on the doubles, so he is susceptible. And is that something that Jack Vincent can exploit?
He's got to find something here, Jack, because there's just a worry that his week could peter out quite quickly. He won his last game of yesterday against James Hurrell by 4-2, but before that, there were some serious concerns surrounding him.
I've seen a few darts this week which have been quite wild. And the trick to this game
45
is making sure that your missed darts at treble 20 can assist the next one. Now, his first dart in the previous visit told me a bit of a story.
95.
He was a good 3/4 of an inch high. That doesn't help him. At this level, that's a good first dart.
48.
Now, it's probably a bad example to look at that as a guide because going 19s there actually was the right play. He was trying to get single 20, single 19, and a 25, which would have left 170. Martin Thomas is the king of leaving 166. He's done it 3 times already, and it's only his second game.
He's getting his kicks on Route 166.
140. Martin,
be a highway to hell if he continues doing that.
Old school.
54.
Doesn't get the 54
Jack
with the first 2 darts.
46.
And in the end, leaves himself on 54.
The question is he going to get a go? Well, that's in the treble 6. So that's 18 scores. So that leaves him on double 14.
Didn't think he was going to be going for double 7 in this leg.
32. Martin, you require 54.
You don't want to leave Martin Thomas with a shot at tops.
$14. Jack, you require 14.
Again. You get shots like that in games like this. Got to be taking those out. Almost every time you do not get another look. Where? Wow! Well, that might actually block the double 7.
No score.
That was such a weird thing to see. I wasn't sure where dart 2 went, but ultimately he's got about 20 centimetres of darts there in the way.
Game shown the
and he
first
loses
leg.
the leg, so it's a bit of salt in the wound. Talk about bad fortune for Jack Vincent. If he didn't get bad fortune, he wouldn't get any look at all.
Martin to throw
I know the last dart didn't find the bed.
Game on.
But when you consider that he had practically nothing to look at, even get close was a good dart. If that went in, I'm calling that dart of the week.
45.
I've been trying to figure out for about an hour what's going on with the dart shirt of Martin Thomas. There's a lot going on there, isn't there?
100.
Very catchy. I like a bit of black and white, as you know. A little bit of grey in there. A Welsh dragon on there.
46.
Gone are the days when people just wear a shirt. Everyone's got a little bit of identity, haven't they? Jack Vincent's shirt makes him look like he's been starring in
140.
that somewhat brutal TV series Dexter.
$100.
It amazes me how many people from Wales have dragons on their shirt. It's so patriotic, and I love it. I love that identity
44.
of the Welsh dart shirts that you see. They've all got dragons on them.
Justin Smith goes one step further. He has a dragon on his shirt and calls himself the Bearded Dragon.
I like
50.
that a lot. That's one of my favourite nicknames. You could actually have one as a pet as well.
A bearded dragon with a bearded
75.
dragon.
Yeah, Justin Smith, who made Champions Week in Super Series 2. Played some very impressive stuff at times.
You haven't seen him yet in this phase. However, we will
40.
be seeing him
Jack
soon.
to require 142.
You little tease. That's a great first start. Had Martin been on a finish, he would have been tempted to stay there, but he's got his head screwed on, and maybe that's evidence of what you said, Henry, about his mentality. He didn't get carried away there.
Jack
He did the right thing in going for the 42. The right thing here is to dispose of this.
4.
Chance
Martin
for Thomas.
require 80.
And he's kind of been riding on the coattails of misses from Jack Vincent in this game. Tops.
60.
But Vincent gets another
Jack
go at double
require
two.
4.
But he missed 8 at double in this game.
Aim for the top wire of double two here. That's what I would say with his angle of attack. Now go for the right-hand side. With a lot in the way. Oh, that's a great dart. One of the best he's thrown all week. I know it's only a double two for 1-1, but take the win, Jack, and understand that that was a world-class shot.
And a world-class camera angle as well from our production team next door. Just showed you the angle on how little he had to look at, and he found a way through. Kicks off this leg 140.
Did I ask you the question on Monday as to who was going to win this week?
121.
No, I've been trying to dodge that bullet all week.
Well, you've got more information now. Who do you think's going to win this week?
If you asked me on Monday
60.
morning, I would have said Leonard Gates. He's banging form. He's just won a TV major.
I did say Leonard Gates. And
95.
right now, I'm saying Barry Van Peer. Or Jacob Taylor. He's got my attention now. And if you haven't watched Jake Taylor over the last 3 days, we'll talk more about him from 10 o'clock tonight. Because he is going to be extremely hard to dispose of.
125. Jack to require 161.
I'm particularly looking forward to Gates versus Taylor later. I think that'll be fabulous.
Dare I say, it could be one of the best games you've ever seen in the live lounge. It's got that potential.
85.
We kick off at 10 o'clock UK time, which if you are watching in the States, that is 5 o'clock Eastern time.
60. Jack to require 76.
Just don't make any big errors here. Keep straight. Commentator's curse.
36. Martin, you require 100.
Couldn't take 80 in the previous leg. Can't take 100 in this leg.
23.
And maybe what we're seeing
Jack to require 40.
is what I mentioned at the start of the game. Just that little piece of frailty in the Thomas game that Jack could exploit. Because he's now got the lead with that 16 darter. And Thomas has got to fight back.
And as we said, we've not seen much from the Welshman since Q score. Just remember the 10-second break between the legs there, which you haven't been here for a while. It can be something you need to get reacquainted to. It's unlike any other system we have in any other facet of our game. But
55.
It's, as I say, we haven't seen a lot of him, so we don't know since Q score where the form guide is. There could just be a little bit of ring rust when it comes to
60.
playing. We'll try and grab a chat with mine, see what's been happening in the intervening time.
If there is an encouraging sign for
100.
Vincent, It's that most of the play we're seeing today is in a range that he can play at. The last couple of games have seen 4 averages
46.
in the 70s. And throughout this week, he's averaged 82. If he can lift his level just a little bit closer to what he did on Monday, he might just be able to hang in there. But losing your first 2 games in Group A is not the end of the world.
85.
But losing your first 2 games in Group C, that's real trouble.
Our commentary colleague Matthew Edgar has a self-imposed rule of 3 when it comes to Group C. That you can only afford to lose 3 matches if you want to harbour realistic ambitions of making it into the top 2.
He doesn't get much wrong, Matt.
47.
And we weren't wrong about Group A. I did say that 24 points would win the group.
85.
And it would have. Just so happened that Barry Van Peer won with 26. With a record leg difference as well of plus 34. Raymond Smith's record didn't stand
96.
for very long.
Martin, you require 118.
He's not only having bother on the outer ring in this game, Martin. He's having more trouble in getting
80.
there on the approach
Jack,
shots.
you require 167.
But that's a little bit better.
$43. Martin, you require 38.
He's going to go for this. I think it's the right play because of his angle of attack.
No score.
Oh, and that one's vastly
Jack, you require
underdelivered.
124.
The only positive of that shot is it found the hole of the 9, which is very hard to hit. But you get nothing for that. No bonus points.
18. Would have left himself a dart at the ball for the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. So Thomas returns,
Martin,
set fair for double 19
38.
to level this game back up. 2 8s.
30.
Inside. And so Vincent
Jack,
now gets a more bona fide
68.
opportunity to obtain that break. And if he can do exactly that, he will throw for the match.
Game shot on the
He hits the
fourth
tops.
leg.
Originally, he was going for
Vincent.
treble 12. It didn't pay off. But like James Hurrell yesterday, who took out a shot like that, hitting the
Fifth leg,
treble
it's Jack to
5
throw first.
worked out
Game on.
to his advantage. Because if he found the single 5 there, it would have been single combination to bull instead of single combination to the outer ring, which definitely paid off there for Jack.
44.
This is one of the reasons why seeing
100.
Martin Thomas as the favourite for this group, I found it a little bit puzzling. Now, I know what Martin can do, but he would admit that he hasn't played at his peak level for
47.
maybe a year. He's still trying to fix some elements of his game. And possibly
60.
looking at someone like James Hurrell, who will play Stu Wilson in the final game of Group 2 next. Maybe he is capable of having a better B game in this group, which would get him through
97.
as possibly the group winner. He's got the biggest average so far today of 89.3.
125.
I think when we looked at the odds at the beginning of play in terms of the outrights, we both had a look at the James Hull 3-1 as the one that perhaps represented the best value of everyone.
100.
He's the best winner in the group, and we can't ignore the fact that he has never
78.
failed to make a Saturday. This could just be his most tumultuous campaign to get there. I tipped yesterday that even though Hurrell didn't get any points,
97.
that he would still
Martin,
make the top 2 in Group C.
138.
JV is going to get a look at 116
98.
for a much
Jack
needed
require 116.
win by a distance. He lost his first game by 4 legs to 1. If he can reverse and get the 4-1 win here, that was unfortunate. That was a really well thrown shot. A 4-1 victory
56.
will square things up
Martin,
for him.
you require 40.
But he'll have to dodge shots at Martin Thomas's favourite double. That's a violent collision.
20.
And that will not please him at all.
Jack, you require 60.
And so this to seal a 4-1 success that will get him back to an even kill to in this group. It is 2 darts at top to Vincent. He only needs the one, and he is a 4-1 victor against Martin Thomas, who now both have a record of 1 win apiece as far as this group is concerned. Well, it is very much evening its way out, isn't it, this group, as you head into game 6, which is Hurrell up against Wilson.
Yeah, missed darts at double have largely been the theme of the day, and that was continued into our 5th match of the session. Let's have a look at some of the stats from that one. 2 more averages in the low to mid 70s, 73.26 from Jack Vincent, but a much needed 2 points on the board. 4 from 14 on the outer ring, but that was largely due to the way he started the game. A lot more clinical on the outer ring towards the back end of that match. As for Martin Thomas, an average very similar to his opponent, but he missed 11 darts at the outer ring in that one. And as we mentioned prior to the match, that is the one aspect of his game that really needs to improve here at the Super Series. It has been his Achilles heel previously, and it looks like it could well be again here today. Before we go into our next match, let's have a look at some of the stats from Stu Wilson's previous visits here at the Super Series. And again, much like Martin Thomas, when you have a look at the checkout rate there and compare it to the overall average, it is, of course, that finishing that's letting him down below 22% over the course of his games. A much smaller sample size for Wilson. He's not played as many games here at the Live Lunch, but he does have that 10 dart leg to his name as well. His highest average above 98.5. Very impressive indeed. Can he get anywhere near that level in this group, I wonder? He has played his next opponent, James Hurrell, before on the Challenge Tour. That came back in 2020, and it was Wilson who was the victor on that occasion. Oh, what he'd do for another game of that quality and with that scoreline in this one. Let's tuck into it then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Pass the knife and fork then, Abby, if we're tucking into things. It's going to be an all-English thing. So is it a full English we're going to have? Probably the wrong time of the afternoon to have one. 2:35 for a full English, is that right? No, it's very wrong, in fact. But it's going to be Gloucestershire versus Lancashire in this one. And Stu Wilson will be hoping to get himself onto 4 points. But the same could be said for this man. He won his first game. It was hard work against Michael Huntley. But he has the best winning average of the day so far. Stu Wilson will be hoping to do more of what he's done previously in a good way. We'll talk about his all-time stats in a minute.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
But ultimately, I think James Hurrell will come into this match to end round 2 as the marginal favourite.
Can we be fair in the assumption to say that no one's truly settled in this group yet?
140.
It's like the fireworks are there, but nobody's got the spark to light them. Not yet, at least.
But
maybe this is the right time for them to ignite. One thing that can't be ignored about Stu Wilson's all-time stats is that doubles percentage. Closer to 20% than 25%. That cannot continue. Let us just marvel in the fact that on Monday,
140.
James Hurrell was 54% for the entire day. They're the days that you want to remember. He had 2 games where he was 4 from 4 in a match.
140.
And double top was just inevitable. It's an interesting style that Stu Wilson has as well, isn't it?
140. Danger required 133.
I would classify James's technique as compact.
85. Stu, you require 81.
Compact actions like Hurrell and Luke Humphreys. You tend to see their right elbows very close to their right rib cage. Stu's action is a bit more rangy.
Game shot in the
first leg. It is a range that gives him a 1-0 lead against the darts as well. That's a good start in 12 darts.
12 darts to start, much an improvement from what we saw in that opening match. He did get the better of Jack Vincent in by 4 legs to 1. You look at the action, it's very, I suppose that the one player it reminds me of is Colin Osborne, another player we've seen a lot in this competition.
Yeah, I think that's very fair, actually. Colin's gone through some technical changes in his career. And I think Stu's made some changes since the last time I saw him.
96.
The action's a bit more pronounced these days, holding the end of the barrel. But it works.
100.
And that's the key, isn't it? You've got to make enhancements based on what you do well. You don't pick up a dart or a golf club or a cricket bat
60.
and try and do it the way that somebody else does. You do it the way that you do it. You don't see Rory McIlroy trying to be the next Tiger Woods. He wants to be the only Rory McIlroy. You don't see Stu Wilson picking up a dart and saying, I want to be the next Phil Taylor. He's throwing darts the best way that he can.
60.
Tell you what would make for a really good Super Series game show. If we were to guess the throw of the player, but there would be a silhouette of the player. We'd have to guess who the player is. In some cases, it would be very, very easy. I don't think you can mistake James's throw for anybody else's, or indeed Stu Wilson's. But some of them might be harder to get
30.
than others.
Stu, you require 36.
Well, talk about an inflation of performance here for Stu Wilson. If he finds a double 18 here, he's looking for a 13, now 14 darts on the double 9. Well, he splits because Hurrell's not on a finish and finds a double 8. And this has been a superb start from Stu Wilson. 15 darter on the back of a 12.
Am I right in thinking from his all-time slide that he's never averaged over 100 as well? I'm quite surprised by that. And just because I believe in superstition, I'm not going to flash up what he's averaging now because he's only at the halfway point.
$100. 100.
You could say it, Henry, that where has this come from? Because he averaged around 80 in his first game. Is the first round of matches here on a Thursday a bit like playing the first round of any tournament? You still need to find that first win before you settle into what you think you can do.
Most possibly. I suppose for the players that come in this week, it's a case of the unexpected. They haven't been on that stage yet this week. They have a rough idea how they practiced and played in previous tournaments, but you don't know how they're going to do when they actually set forth on that stage. Whereas the players who played the Monday, the Tuesday, the Wednesday, they've got a rough guide. They've got a rough idea. There's 3 days worth of evidence to say how they're going to play, but there's still an unknown quantity about the new players when they set forth. They could be here once, they could be 100 times. You just don't know how they're going to play when they set forth and the words game on are muttered for the first time.
140.
The one thing has changed, they've got a different referee up there. So it will feel different for James having Charlie Costerfield instead of Danny McNamara. We're just spoiled here in how many great referees we've got, in fact. This time James gets 2 visits for a 2-darter. Oh, hello. He's just showing us that he likes them both.
James Hurrell.
Fair play, James. I like that leg a lot. 15 data and halves the deficit.
Fourth leg, it's Stu to
Without being
throw
accused
first.
of sounding
Game on.
like John Parr, we haven't had a leg above 15 yet.
I was asked to do an impression of John Part, actually, a few weeks ago when he had that famous
100.
call on Joe Cullen when he couldn't pronounce it. For me, it is one of the most elite commentary moments in darts history because he said what we felt at that moment.
59.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, just go into YouTube and type Joe Cullen Bullseye John Part commentary and you will see just how honest that moment is.
60.
From one of the top broadcasters in the game, one of the most respected broadcasters in the game for the best part of, well, 25 years or more now. Previously worked on the Lakeside tournament before now doing his current commitments.
Well, he was a broadcaster at Lakeside.
100.
And a player in the PDC at the same time. He was a trailblazer. He was almost the bridge between the two factions at the time. You will never know, Henry.
100.
And maybe I won't, to the degree that some players and organisers and promoters will ever, well, know forever, just how tumultuous that was. I've spoken to players who were banned from competition because they did certain things, people who put their houses on the line for legal fees. It makes
94.
for a documentary that must be made. But unfortunately, the most important protagonists are no longer with us. So maybe it will never be made. Which is why we've got to embrace that Blood on the Carpet documentary that was on once. It's really good.
Haven't seen it. It is available on YouTube somewhere.
You haven't seen it?
I have seen it, but for those who haven't seen it.
Oh, I was...
49.
Took me aback
Shooting
there.
required
You haven't seen it?
147.
Of course you've seen it. One person who was involved in all of that was someone from Lancashire. That's where Stu Wilson's from. A man by the name of
55.
Alan Warren a Little, who was the last man to be involved in a pre-split world final, which he lost to John Lowe in 1993.
A lot of people forget about that world final on his CV.
That world final?
A lot of people seem to forget that, I think.
I don't remember. I don't forget the shirt he wore.
137.
It looked like
Stu, you
once the final was over, he was going to go to the
92.
local rodeo. Great outfit. Loved it.
Well,
this is the chance
Change
for Hurrell.
required 56.
I feel like a parrot when I say, how good is he on tops?
Game shot
very
the fourth
good.
leg. James Hurrell.
But you may have heard something there, and I haven't heard that from him all week.
Fifth
That
leg, it's
little
James
bit
to
of
throw first. Game on.
Self-motivation that come on as he hit that double top. The further we get into this week, into the later part of Thursday's Group C action, and into tomorrow, you'll see a little bit more
93.
from players and a little bit more. Because when £5,000 is up for grabs this week, they don't want it to pass them by.
Because that sense of
60.
danger becomes ever more imminent on a Thursday and Friday. That wiggle room you have in Group A, where if you don't qualify, you know you've got a couple more days. Well, that slowly but surely, that little bit of a safety blanket gets pulled from underneath the carpet.
140.
I said to you yesterday, didn't I? Because we were talking off the air about possible changes to MODUS Super Series action just to provide a bit more jeopardy.
180.
First 180 of the match right there from Stu Wilson. Good timing. Gets him back in the leg. But I'm a fan of a scenario that is a bit more
98.
English Premier League than NFL. There's no jeopardy in Group A, like the NFL. But if you made it more English Premier League, how about if you finish last?
James, you require
you don't get a double chance.
170.
Just food for thought.
You are a cool man.
Oh, of course I am.
58. Stu, you require 161.
Exactly. Great first start. Great second. Bullseye.
136.
Tremendous effort from Stu.
James, you require 112.
Oh, it was in the mouth of Hurrell for a second. But he is stuck around in this game. It's still possible. If he'd have taken that shot right there, Wilson would have been dizzy.
44. Stu, you required 25.
Instead of dizzy, he could be the man leading. He can find this 25. Be for the break of throw. He then throw for the match. 2 darts, double 8. On the wire, double 4. The gasp of
17.
Wilson there showing how close it was, but Hurrell will get a second go at this 68.
68 was taken in the previous match by Jack Vincent. But I think Hurrell's going a different route. He is.
Game
But he
shot
finds it, and yet again, a little bit of vocalisation from the England captain. We don't mind that.
6th leg, it's Stu to throw first.
And it just goes
Game
to
on.
show how much he wants it.
The England captain, a leg away.
100.
But Wilson will make him work pretty much everything. Has to move across just because of the way that dart sat in the bed. The flight just obscured,
100.
as you could see with darts 2 and 3, and the way that they were pitched just above and just below. Blocked the bed of the treble 20 there.
60.
Thank you to those you who are tuning into us, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We're on top of the live action that we're going to bring you 6 days a week. We're going to have bonus behind-the-scenes content.
140.
Fallon Sherrock after that record-breaking 9-dart finish at the Challenge Tour a couple of weeks ago. She catches up with Chris Murphy. That's available on there. There'll also be conversations with the likes of Lisa Ashton and Leonard Gates. That's going to be available on there as the weeks go on, as well as other bonus content. You can watch highlights of every single session here. So if you are out and about for whatever reason, you can catch up on the best of the action. A reminder, we return for the darts at 10 p.m. this evening here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Hurrell then 140 to win this match and to become the first player
100
in this group.
James, you require 140.
To go 2 from 2 in it. Not going to happen this time, so Wilson's going to get a go with the 101.
100.
Squares it up beautifully, tops up to 12 against the throw, and it has forced Wilson to take this out. Treble 19 or treble 15, what's the preference? Treble 19 was what he went for.
69.
And
James,
so Hurrell returns for tops to cap off a good performance, a good win in a high-quality affair. Double 10.
Game, shot,
and James Hurrell goes 2 from 2 at the beginning of Group C here at the MODUS Super Series. He gets the better of Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 2. And so it's he who moves on to 2 wins in the group. Paul Nicholson's made his way up to the gantry to have a chat with Abigail Davies.
Thank you very much indeed, Henry. I mentioned prior to that game that the story of the day, the theme of the day so far, seems to have been missed darts at double. Not the case for James Hurrell, though. Very similar to on Monday, where, of course, he had 2 perfect displays on the outer ring. Very, very impressive the way he's regrouped after yesterday.
Yeah, that was a really good performance, actually, because when you think the way that Stu Wilson came out of the blocks, he was averaging 111 for the first couple of legs. He couldn't maintain that, but the way that James was patient and was able to just plot his way through that game and come through with a 90-plus average. That was really good.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the stats from that one then. And James Hurrell, actually, the 2 best winning averages so far today. The overall standard has been slightly lower than what we've seen so far in Group A. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's just a case of the players settling into the challenge?
I think so. Definitely in round 1, for someone like Michael Huntley, for instance, he may have had quite a bruising week playing senior stuff and, you know, going home to Wales and coming here. The travelling does take its toll, but you've got to get yourself a good grounding win. James got that with an 89 average in the first round, and you can see that he's just a bit more pepped up. There's a little bit more aggression in the tank today, and I like to see that because, let's face it, getting in the top 2 is the top priority of these players. Of all of them, I think Ryan Harrington is going to feel pretty devoid of confidence after what happened yesterday, but he's going to have to get himself off the canvas pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's have a look at the table, because that's something we highlighted before a dart had been thrown today. Ryan Harrington, as you can see, yet to pick up a point in this group. But just very, very quickly, just sum up how you feel he's struggling to deal with not winning a game early on and then struggling to regroup. I'm
not really looking at the way his darts are going on the board. I'm looking at him on the right side of the screen, and when we've got a full shot of both players from the camera just above the board, I'm looking at Ryan and seeing if I can read him. It looks quite downhearted at the minute, and we're going to learn a lot more about him over the next couple of hours. We certainly are, but before we learn a lot more about Ryan Harrington, let's learn a little bit more about our production team. Take a little look at this.
Most intelligent.
I'd probably have to say the most intelligent is Kirk Bevins from a book-smart point of view. I don't know about you, Matt.
I can't debate that one. It's got to be Kirk Bevins.
Most intelligent would have to be Kirk Bevins. You're not countdown champion for nothing.
You're going to have to go with Kirk Bevins with his countdown history and his quizzing.
Most intelligent. George Noble, is that what you want me to say, George?
I'll probably have to say me, really.
Paul Hinks. I've never seen a man get around a puzzle like that before.
I reckon a lot of people are going to say you.
I'd have to say Paul Nicholson. He's got quite a depth of knowledge, hasn't he?
It's got to be Paul Starr.
Probably Paul Nicholson. There's nothing he doesn't know about vegan diets and meditation.
Abby? Definitely Abby. She's got some cracking dresses.
I'd have to go with either Abby Davis or Chris Mason. I think it's a bit of a toss-up for me.
I'd say Chris Murphy always comes in as some smart clobber, doesn't he?
Paul Nicholson's very smart. He wears some nice clobber.
Got to be me, really. Find any Tungsten Time t-shirt in any of your local charity shops.
I will go for Charlie Corstafine as the best dressed.
Paul or Abby? Abby, some fantastic outfits Abby wears, so I'm going to say Paul and Abby.
Best dressed would probably have to be Abigail Davis, one of our presenters.
Best dressed.
Kirk Bevins.
Worst dressed, I'm going to have to go Mankey. Looks like he slept in his car all night when he comes in the morning.
Owen Binks.
Kirk Bevins with his Slazenger and Puma fleeces.
Best mate would have to be Paul Hinks, basically because he's like a second granddad to me.
Henry, Hugh, Kirk, Taylor.
Everybody's a mate. I love them all.
For me, it's either Chris Murphy or Chris Mason. I work a lot with them. And
it's going to have to be Owen.
Best mate. Won 3 Gold Cups back to back. Oh, we're not talking about the horses, are we?
Paul, we got a bit of a romance thing going on.
Best mate. Oh, I like Stefan.
He's my pal.
Also, Owen Binks. Mainly because he took me to watch Coldplay.
I'll pass.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr. The funniest man I've ever met.
Get out of my pub! It's Paul Starr.
Paul Starr, final answer.
It's got to be Paul Starr, Tungsten Time.
They're all clowns, really. I can just say me, really. Yeah, again, yeah, me, yeah.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr.
Paul Starr.
Comms turn him off all the time.
So it's the way you tell him.
Biggest moaner, it's got to be Owen Binks. It doesn't take much at all.
Owen Binks.
There's only one name comes to mind, George Noble.
It's definitely not George. It's definitely not George.
Biggest moaner is, it's going to have to be Kirk Bevins again.
4 bacon baps and 4 donuts for breakfast. It's Stefan Everard.
Stefan Everard.
There's only one man. His name is Stefan Everard, and no disrespect to the young man. I can remember when the studio was in Southampton, it was carbonara, baguettes for breakfast, and I'm not talking about the mini baguettes, I'm talking proper inches. Stefan, the man is a machine.
Again, he's got to be Kirk. He listens to Venga Boys, Steps.
Owen Binks and Coldplay. I mean, why pick that when you just pick Scooter?
Yeah, Owen Binks, Coldplay.
Well, of course, that's Owen. I mean, the whole world agrees, apart from Chris Martin from Coldplay.
Have I got a catchphrase, did you say? Yes, and if you watch it. Did you say catchphrase? The tungsten time? A worst taste in music.
The Everard brothers need to have a word with themselves. Scooter, really.
Well, we've got 2 sisters who work behind the scenes, Stefan and Billy, and to be honest, Scooter. I mean, what on earth is that all about?
Best singer, it's got to be me, hasn't it?
The only one I know who sings is Henry.
Henry Deacon can bail out some bangers.
Charlie Corsafine.
Charlie's quickstep is a thing of beauty.
I didn't know Charlie could dance.
You can't.
Best singer, Henry Deacon. Best dancer would have to be me.
So I'll just answer it for you. It's Kirk.
No, it's not Kirk. Come on.
Definitely Henry Deacon.
After meeting everyone, handy in a fight, I've got to go for Corrine Hammond.
Oh, Mace. If I need someone to back me up in a corner, it's got to be Mace.
Owen would be dead handy in a fight because they can all pile on him while I run away.
Do you know, I'd probably back myself against most people on the Super Series.
Handy in a fight would have to be Mark Smith, our players' marshal.
I'd want Mark Smith or Chris Mason on my side.
Chris Mason.
Chris Mason.
You done? Excellent.
Thank you.
I will never not laugh watching that. And I think one of the key things that we need to highlight here at the Super Series, we often talk about how great an opportunity it is here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the players who get to be involved in the action. But for the majority of the team as well, this is also a fantastic platform. It's a fantastic place to earn a living and to watch some real high quality darts. So when we return to you, we will be joining the action on Sporty Stuff TV. So we'll see you very, very shortly. Hello and welcome to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. It's great to have you along with us. Paul Nicholson alongside me. We're going to catch you up to speed really, really quickly. Going to have a look at the results that we've seen so far here at the start of Group C action. Paul Nicholson, we've already mentioned it. Not the highest quality of darts so far across the field, but James Hurrell's really stood out so far.
He has. He's averaging 90 for the day so far, and that kind of standard is going to get you through this group by the looks of it. And there's going to be a real scrap in the middle by the looks of it. And if James is going to have some sort of confidence over the next day and a half and find his way to the top or even in second position, I just get the feeling that there could be a real scrap between 2 or 3 other players to get that second spot.
Yeah, missed darts at double have been costly for a number of the players in the field so far. We're going to have a little look at the league standings. Ryan Harrington, of course, yet to pick up a win so far in Group C. What is it about his performance level so far that maybe you feel need to improve? Because we've spoken so much about his demeanour, haven't we, over the course of the 3 days. Monday and Tuesday started dropping his head, maybe started shaking it, looking up, looking for inspiration from somewhere. Then yesterday looked really, really focused. Yet to find that, though, so far today.
Yeah, yet to find that, and maybe the pressure of starting a new group has just got to him a little bit. Maybe the one thing he learned from Wednesday was the fact that he can play with a little bit of freedom. He wasn't going to get through that group. So if he can somehow mimic that in a way and take the pressure away and just play darts, maybe he can get some more results, because it's not as if he's playing more poorly than anybody in this group. It's just a case of the fact that he hasn't got the results. He may have to find a bit more quality, but there's no time like the present.
Yeah, and maybe the pressure of being a debutant here at the Super Series. Let's get into the action once again then and rejoin Henry Deacon in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Abby, and a very good afternoon to everyone who is joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV. Welcome to Game 7 of our afternoon session as Jack Vincent takes on Ryan Harrington. Well, it's been a bit of a tumultuous session for the pair. Well, Ryan Harrington, 2 defeats to his name. He lost 4-1 in the opening match of the session to Martin Thomas, for them being defeated 4-0 to Michael Huntley. For Jack Vincent, he lost 4-1 in his opening game before winning by that margin. So he equalised himself on in terms of results in this particular group, but he'll be looking for an incline in performance in his third match of the day.
It's Ryan.
Very warm welcome then to you on Sporty Stuff TV. Charlie Corsafine is your referee for this afternoon's session, and joining myself in the commentary box for the rest of the action for the rest of the day is Paul Nicholson. Great to have you back, Paul.
134.
Feels like we're starting all over again. But this is game number 7.
60.
This is the 4th time these guys have met this week. And what does Ryan have to do to change things around?
46.
And if we do subscribe to Matthew Edgar's rule of 3 that we talked about a little bit earlier on, it means that Ryan must win the remainder of his matches in Group C over the next day and a half.
60.
With the luxury of maybe losing 1. He doesn't want this to be that 1.
97.
He can still get 6 points from the day. And believe me, if he does that, he will be a very different proposition for Friday.
What we've already learnt from Ryan Harrington
140.
It looks as if he tends to get better as the groups go along. So if you want to knock him out of contention, knock him out of contention at the earliest possible juncture, because he'll probably come good by the end.
Some players are like that, aren't they? You can take them out in round 1, and if you don't, they'll win. Look at Phil Taylor.
100.
In the World Grand Prix.
84.
You could knock him out in round 1 when it's best of 3 sets. Otherwise, he's probably going to win the whole thing.
Game
but
shot
that's better, isn't it?
Ryan Harrington.
That's a 15-dart start for Harrington, and that's bad news for Vincent.
You can look at all champions across all sports. I mean, how many times would, say, like a Novak Djokovic or Rafa Nadal in the first round of a major Grand Slam tournament have a little bit of a scare by an unknown, but that scare wakes them up very quickly and they go on and win whatever tournament it was.
You're absolutely right. And another example of that is Tiger Woods.
140.
Think about the amount of times he won major championships and started with a really bad first hole.
$60.
Elite sports people have very strong minds. Who's the one sports person that you think of when I mention that? Strong 81. In mind. Who's the first that comes to you?
First person that came into my mind was Stephen Hendry, the snooker player.
140.
That's a great example.
No matter what the scenario was, he would dig in and find a way. It could either be explosive, or there's been times, we saw it in a couple of World Finals against, there's the famous World Final against Jimmy White, when last frame Jimmy White looked set fair to go on and win the thing. He misses the black off the spot, and then Stephen Hendry cleans up.
Ryan, you require 140.
Great sports people don't just win in great ways. They find ways of winning when there didn't seem like there was a way out. They snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat.
50. Jack, you require 136.
That's what I've admired about Andy Murray over the years. He's been able to do that. And his performance at the Rio Olympics in 2016.
43. Ryan, you require 90.
Especially against Del Potro. And I think people at this level of darts,
38.
they
Jack
could
to require,
use
93.
inspirations like that to help them along the way. What would Andy do? What would Stephen do? What's Jack going to do?
83. Ryan, you require 52.
Double 16. What a marker that is.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's a good start
Ryan
from Harrington, and this is more like it. Maybe he's seeing his ideal opponent
to throw first.
right
Game
here
on.
in Jack Vincent, who did get a win in match 5.
96.
So he started with a loss and a win in the first couple of rounds. The only person who didn't get a win was Ryan.
100.
Do you think at this juncture, Henry, that Ryan would be pleased with 4 points at the end of the day? Or would he feel disappointed with that?
140.
If he leaves here with 4 points, then he knows he's got to go perfect. For him, if he wanted to go through, the minimum in his mind probably would have been 6. A 3 and 2. It gives you a little bit of wiggle room. Get 8 points, then you should see yourself into the final on Saturday. So to do that, he's got to win the lot from here.
I get the feeling if he walks away with 4 points today,
38.
he wants the top person in this group to have 6. We've seen it before in Group A and Group C action,
100.
where top of the table could be someone who gets 3 wins from 5. But that will mean that there will be plenty of people on that number. But maybe right now, that is the best case scenario for the man nicknamed the Animal.
The Animal wants total chaos. That's exactly what he wants. Well, in a minute, he might want 127 in game.
45. Ryan, you
We
require
like chaos,
127.
so let's invite it in. A bit of John O'Shea style. Introduce a little chaos.
11.
But there's only one agent
Jack
of chaos in darts, and that is John O'Shea.
156.
Do have our own chaos here at the Super Series in Reese Colley.
Ryan, you require 116.
Needs a 57. Gets one.
96.
He's had real
Jack, you
trouble on
require
tops this
100.
week. I even spoke to Ryan this morning about it, and he says, I can't reach it. He's got to change his natural target on tops to see if it will change.
52.
Now he's going
Ryan,
for 10, so he doesn't
20.
have to have a look at that right now.
Game
And he
shot
hits
on the
5s for a 3-0 lead.
Ryan Harrington.
Things are starting to turn around. Obviously, Ryan likes it when we're on Sporty Stuff TV.
Fourth leg, it's
Because
Jack
as soon
to
as
throw
we start
first.
gracing
Game
that
on.
network, he starts to win. But he hasn't won yet.
Is that like the Michael Van Gerwen record on a various broadcasts where he didn't
100.
lose for about 3 years? They called it the curse of Jackie Oatley, didn't they?
96.
This is a decent display. Mid-80s average, good doubling. 50%. This is the kind of standard that could get you through this group.
180.
And most importantly, this is what Ryan has done. He's only given Jack one shot at a double.
55.
Try and minimise the opportunities that they get. He's doing an excellent job of that.
Well, he may not be able to negate it in this leg.
Oh,
that's brilliant. That's his second max of the match, and it's going to give him an opportunity. It's going to give him 2 darts at double to get a leg on the board.
60. Jack, you require 41.
You used the phrasing stave execution earlier. That's exactly what this is.
25.
But he still has a job to do here in leg 4.
85. Jack, you require 16.
Still got loads of time. No pressure on him. But for his own confidence, he just wants to dispose of this as soon as possible.
Game shot on the
that's exactly what he does.
Jack Vincent.
14 data to reduce the gap to
fifth leg. It's
3-1, but it's this, the leg
Game on.
that Ryan Harrington was looking to attack in. It's the one where he has the darts in. He's going to have a couple of cracks with the throw to get this game won.
He doesn't want those couple of cracks to turn into a crater. This is where you think 15 data, get it done, move on to the next match.
135.
Jack has now got the game freedom that Ryan had yesterday, where there's no pressure on him at 3-1 down. He's expected to lose.
180.
Especially now that Ryan's got his first max.
$100.
Just stay in touch. That's exactly what he's doing.
$85.
Curiously, Jack Vincent has not lost. Had not lost to Ryan until yesterday. He won the first 2 games of the week. Harrington did get a win yesterday by 4 legs to 2. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was a brilliant game because it wasn't. Mid-70s averages. It was not a classic.
59.
But I'll give them both the credit they deserve in this game. This has been much better. Well over 10 points better for Jack. And around 10 points better for Ryan.
120.
But he wants to get over the line sooner rather than later. How is he on tops this time?
80.
Almost perfect,
Jack
almost to the top of the ladder.
75.
And so, to bring another leg back and to potentially change the entirety of the tungsten tyre, but that's as bad an opening dart as it could have been for Jack Vincent.
35.
And so Harrington returns 4 tops to ensure every player has points on the board.
Points he gets,
and the
but
match.
only just.
Ryan Harrington.
And 4-1 will feel so much better than that, considering what he's been through today. 3 games played, 1 win in the bank, and he is definitely walking in the right direction now after winning 4 legs to 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for Saturday's finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. Of course, we already have 1 player through to finals night. Barry Vampire coming through Group A yesterday. A really sublime debut campaign from him. But back here in Group C, Ryan Harrington has just recorded his first victory of the day. A 4-1 win for him there, putting almost 15 points on his average from his second game, in excess of 83 in the end. Vincent with a higher average in that one, as you can see, over 88. But it's Harrington who comes through with a convincing 4-1 victory, and he's levelled up the head-to-head for the week with Vincent at 2 apiece. Of course, both of them in Group A action from Monday through to Wednesday. 4 out of 10 from Harrington on the outer ring in that one. That'll make him feel a lot better going into his remaining games games today. But next up for you, we've got Michael Huntley and Stu Wilson in action. Wilson didn't do a great deal wrong last time out, did he? A superb performance, averaged over 93, but defeated by James Hurrell by 4 legs to 2. How is this one going to unfold then? They did, of course, meet at Q School in January this year. Huntley with a 5-3 win on that occasion. Will it be repeat or revenge this time out? Let's rejoin Nico and Henry to find out.
We are back, and we are in the middle of the schedule already. Live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it is an England-Wales clash. Not the only one that you'll see today. You'll see plenty of them, in fact. But Mike Huntley has the darts in this one. And we've had a little spell of games being won with the darts. In fact, 3 in a row. And the last 3 fixtures have been won by either 2 or 3 legs. But as far as this 51-year-old is concerned, he was involved in a somewhat attritional battle with James Hurrell in Game 2. And then getting a win a little bit later on by 4 legs to 0 against Ryan Harrington. He would probably say it was quite fortunate
Game on.
to be by that distance.
Yeah, it wasn't the best game we've seen here at the Super Series, but you mentioned before we came on there on Sporty Stuff TV, Michael Huntley has won a World Seniors Open event
41
in recent times. And when you have success and you find yourself in the winner's circle, you find ways of winning matches that perhaps you shouldn't win, that are perhaps a bit scrappier, perhaps a bit ugly at times, and you found a way of harbouring that win. Sometimes in this form, as we say, the wall of 3 in Group C, just find a way to get those points on the board.
45.
It was easy for us to say who the best Welsh player was outside of the tour card places in 2022.
39.
It was Robert Owen, because of the amount of success he had with us here. Who is now? You just knew I was going to ask that question.
More and more you went into that sentence, I'm logging my brains thinking Welsh players, Welsh players, Welsh players. Well, if you look at Champions Week, there's 2-point contenders in John Worsley and Mike Warburton. Wales and England, both with their fair share of representatives. We have got the Netherlands represented in the Classic, but will we see a new country represented in Champions Week this week? Because you've got the United States, we've got Canada, we've got Brazil, possibly all looking for a spot in Champions Week in this fully international affair at the Super Series.
Good second dart there from
87.
Mike, but the third,
164.
He wouldn't have liked it all. My answer to my own question, actually, is either Warburton or Justin Smith.
60. Michael, you require 70.
Great first dart there from Mike. Double 4.
Game shot on the
and
first
double 4's
leg.
working.
Michael
That's
Huntley.
Twice now. He's used it to full effect. He takes the lead, and Stu Wilson is now looking at a deficit at the start of the game.
Game on.
Which is in direct contradiction to how things started against James Hurrell. When he came out of the blocks in the first 2 legs,
77.
he was averaging 111. It's just a shame that he couldn't maintain that. And full credit went to the England captain, Hurrell, who was able to negotiate those first 2 legs and then take control afterwards.
It was like a smuggler on a moped where they raced away from the scene at first, but then eventually got caught as they looked to get to the end destination.
I didn't know where you were going with that.
123.
Made sense in the end.
There's definitely the producer backstage with the dump button ready at any moment.
Yeah, trying to get away in a moped and you're getting
100.
caught by a Ferrari.
That sounds like what the police do in Monaco, isn't it?
In the Middle East, I think, don't they have in Dubai
80.
police cars that are Lamborghinis, Porsches and Ferraris?
Meanwhile, over here you get a Ford KA.
It's not just what you see, it's what's under the hood.
78.
What is it Maverick says in Top Gun Maverick? It's not the plane, it's the pilot.
81.
If you see Hot Fuzz, then you'd be very worried. Don't want to be dealt with by the Sandford police force.
We've got very different taste in movies.
140. Michael, you require 122.
418s in Bull. That means that effort is done. And Wilson will get a look at double 14. And with the way his darts sit in the board, just
40.
on the outside
Sure, you
is a good
28.
guide. His flights do kink a little bit left. Ooh,
Game
and that's
shot
a little bit
leg.
like
Stu
what we saw
Wilson.
from Ryan Harrington on that double 10 at the end of the previous game. Right in the bottom corner.
Third leg, it's
It was a
Michael to
corner
throw
picture,
first. Game on.
but it was enough to level the game up at 1 apiece.
In penalty terms, nobody's saving that one when it's right in the corner.
100.
I'm very grateful that we don't have VAR in darts and penalties. There's not much in the way of controversy in this game
60.
when it comes to the actual play, because we have these wires on the board that tell us what's in and what's not.
140.
I always thought, you know, because I've watched Michael play quite a lot over the last year. I actually first met him in May last year at an exhibition in Lampeter. Beautiful part of Wales.
100.
He played me that night, stuffed me 2-0. He was playing so well at the time. He came through a Champion of Champions qualifier
100.
the previous day as well. He was playing some good stuff. But I've always noticed that his third dart
60. Michael, you
is a little
require
different to his other two.
161.
It just comes out a little bit more jolted. He's got a lovely delivery on darts 1 and 2, but the third one sometimes can just be a little bit
41.
less punctuated.
As for Mike, he'll be feeling this is a much quieter practice room than the last time he was here, because the last time he was here, he had to share a practice room with Peter Manley and Andy
Michael, you require
Jenkins.
120.
Give that man a medal. I mean it. Give him a medal.
100.
Now, I'll give you a little
Sure, you require
bit of insight into that practice
156.
room in the next leg, because it was not quiet.
You're not kidding.
55.
That's
Michael, you
unfortunate.
require
That's a
20.
really good 55 from Stu.
Game
He
shot
pays
on
the price
third
and
leg.
is now
Michael Huntley.
2-1 behind. We're following a pattern here. And it is a pattern of holes of throw so far.
Fourth leg, it's Stu to throw
So
first.
he shared
Game
practice with Peter Manley and Andy Jenkins. It was that loud. Peter Manley won the first game of the week. He hadn't won a game all week. The roar and the cry from the practice room was
140.
so loud that it could be heard on these lip ribbon mics. Which is basically, for those who don't know what we're using to talk to you
60.
right now, it is virtually impossible for anything to come through these microphones. You could hear it on here, and I was presenting up on the balcony, and the roar was like a 9 dart had been hit at Ali
60.
Pali.
I can appreciate what that practice room would have been like. I've been in a few practice rooms in my career where you see who's on your
140.
session and you think, I might have to find another board somewhere. And you've got to do what you've got to do. Sometimes you want that little bit of boisterous
100.
nature in the practice room. It helps you to relax. But then again, there are people out there, and more so these days, where you just want to be left alone. You want to focus.
50.
Now, when Alex Merckx was here in Champions Week, he didn't have the greatest English, and that played to his strengths because he could be left
25.
alone in that practice room by the others. He could just do his own thing, and he played really well. But when you've got Everybody's speaking the same language, and you've got people who know each other quite well.
41.
There is a risk that you could relax too much.
Got to do what is right by you. And it is a small practice room that we have. They're all in one room, one TV screen to watch the action.
Do you know what? Just to give you an indication of my favourite practice room, it was in the early days when I didn't know anybody. I didn't want anybody to know who I was, and I didn't want to know who they were. I just wanted to do my own thing. Assets work alone.
45. Stu, you require 36.
Sounds like a sad statement, but when you've watched the Bourne movies, that's exactly what they're like.
20.
Michael does not have a chance. And how many times today have we seen Welsh players leaving bogey numbers? 3 times we've had 166 left by Martin Thomas, and now a 165.
Stu, you require
that cannot
16.
continue.
And this leg won't continue because Wilson levels up at 2 apiece. And so a best of 3 to see who is going to be the victor in this one. It's Huntley with the darts in 2 of those potential 3 legs. And if he does go on and pick those legs up, he will go to the top of the group on legs difference from James Hurrell.
Good game coming up after this. Hurrell against
60.
Martin Thomas. But it's fair to say that Thomas is happy that he's had a 3-game break leading up to that one because he did not play well in his previous game.
140.
Those of you who have just joined us on Sporty Stuff TV, we played 6 matches, finished around about 2:45. So the players did have a little bit of a break between matches whilst we finished the 6th game, and then we came live to you. They've had a little bit of a break, which they wouldn't have usually had during a session in Group A or Group B or here in the past. And I wonder whether that could be something we may be talking about as time goes by, whether that little bit of a break could actually help or hinder potentially players.
I think it depends what kind of break you have
95.
between 2 challenges. If you think about this game, for example, Stu was playing up until around about 10-3, and he's playing now at 3:30 mid-match, so he will feel like he hasn't had a break. But for Thomas, he's had over an hour. That's the ideal time
100.
to get some additional nutrition that you need
81.
to let it get into your system, whether it's an energy bar, some sort of fruit, and re-energize yourself, refocus, ready for the next game.
49.
That is not the first time this week we've seen somebody hit 55 going for a single 20. The last time we saw it, I think, was Ryan Harrington, and he used it on approach
41.
to a winning leg.
Stu, you require
Stu could do the
32.
same.
And it was on this double 16. It's to be for 13 to break.
Game
Double 8 will do. And he has the darts now to go on and win the match. And what we are seeing from Stu Wilson here is, as the day's going on, the levels are going up. In his first game, it was a 79 average where he got the better of Vincent. He pushed that to a 93, although that was in a losing effort against James Hurrell. And now he's attaining a level at around about 87 and change. So what we're getting from him now, following that first game, getting that little bit of ring rest out of the way, is a very solid baseline level.
This is exactly what you need, with a little bit of dabbling into the spectacular.
60.
87 average, 42% on the doubles. That is a qualification formula for Group C. But what we're starting to see from Huntley now is frustration
80.
at trebleless visits. He's not going to be frustrated this time.
140.
Wilson's had 60 on the floor here, but I mentioned about that angle of attack of his. Every now and again, he's going to get a dart that just skews a little bit too much to his right.
140.
And he does run the risk, because his darts don't go in straight, of them careering to the floor. Don't stay there, Michael. Move to the 17s. Don't go 19s.
140.
That was a risky dart. Because that second dart, you could see how much point was showing compared to the first one. If he disrupted that more than what we saw, that could have ended on the floor.
94. Michael, you require 161.
17s. And he only gets one.
137.
Match-winning chance for Wilson to go to 4 points to join Hurrell.
But be wary that Huntley is sat there on double 12 to return. That looks as if it sneaked its way in for double 16 for the match.
And the match.
Had to finish off with a topper. And Stu Wilson gets a better of Mike Huntley by 4 legs to 2. It means it's going to be he who is top of the table on legs difference, if only temporarily, to James Hurrell, who we are going to see up next. He takes on Martin Thomas, and that is going to round off round 3 of our action here.
So then, a second Group C victory for Stu Wilson in our last match. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from that one. It was a really impressive 4-2 victory, wasn't it? An average just shy of 90 in that one. 50% checkout success with that high out of 104 to get over the line with a 15 dart leg. We mentioned, didn't we, that he's really started to find his range. His overall finishing stats here needed to improve from what we'd previously seen here at the Super Series from him, and at the moment that aspect of his game has been significantly better. Next up, we've got Martin Thomas and James Hurrell in action, and if we have a little look at the league standings, we can see that James Hurrell could be the first player on to 6 points if he can make it 3 from 3 in this one. He lost all 5 of his Group A games yesterday, but he has regrouped very well indeed. The only player with a winning average over 90 so far today. Of course, Stu Wilson last time out just shy of that with that 89.39. So can Hurrell make it 3 wins from 3 with a victory in this one? Let's rejoin our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And it is a case of what a difference a day can make, because 24 hours ago, James Hurrell finished his Group A campaign, and as you mentioned, pointless for the day. He scuppered his chances of being a part of the Group B pack. But here in Group C, on his opening day's action, it couldn't have gone any better for him. He's been the standout performer on the opening day. Averages of 89 and 91 respectively. His doubling as well has been quite good in and amongst it. And if he does win here, he moves on to 6 points. And already after 3 rounds of fixtures, puts himself in a very good position compared to the rest of the league table.
I just wonder how James is feeling right now
First
compared
leg,
to yesterday.
To throw first. Game on.
He could have the complete opposite Thursday to Wednesday. He was put through the mill yesterday.
58.
It's like he was a block of cheese being constantly grated into nothing. And it was nothing that he walked away with. 0 points. Which I didn't think would happen to James all week. But it did. And his response has been excellent.
Well, the first week we were here in Portsmouth, the first full week we were here in Portsmouth, James Richardson had lost all 5 games on the Tuesday, proceeded to win all 5 games on Wednesday.
81.
Darts is weird. That was it. That was the sentence. Just darts is weird. it can be puzzling. And
96.
let's face it, there was a very famous phrase in poker. It takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. I think you could probably use that for darts as well.
96.
Although we should caveat, and it is that point of the week again where Scott Walters
60.
can turn his TV down a little bit because he knows exactly what I'm going to mention, where he won all 5 games on the Thursday, he lost all 5 games on the Friday, and he didn't qualify for the Saturday night final. So you could put yourself in a good position, but you can never rubber stamp
100.
anything on the first day's action.
He was pretty close to some very, very deep success in Super Series 2.
James, you require 164.
Just missed out in the final 4. Hello, Bullseye.
139.
Wow, that was close.
Martin, you require 128.
Typical pursed lips of a dart player when they miss the bull by the width of a wire.
You could hear the wire move.
92.
It was
James,
that
you
close.
require 25.
This is where I like the sound effects possible for a dartboard. You get them in soft tip boards, that would have got a douche.
17.
That one gets nothing, unfortunately. And
Martin, you
Thomas,
require 36.
who has been leaving tops a lot so far today, now gets to go at something
James
else.
on the
And
first
maybe double
leg.
18 can
Martin
be a bit more
Thomas.
fruitful for him. That is a leg that James Hurrell will feel he should not have lost.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Had the opportunity, didn't take him 3 darts at double, in fact, including, of course, that one at the balls on the back of the 164. But that first dart of the double 8 was so unkind, and you could see him having to move the full
60.
length of the hockey across to find that second. But you could also hear when he missed that effort at double 8, a little of frustration. As you
100.
said, emotion of the players may amplify in this group because there is a sense of urgency.
I've got another question for you, Henry. Just delve into your
60.
knowledge of darts. When I say to you, rivalry, England versus Wales, which 2 players come to mind?
135.
Because this is England versus Wales, of course.
Could go back right to the very start, and you could talk about the battles between John Lowe and Leighton Rees back in the late 70s and early 80s. It was a shame that really we never saw
87.
at the peak of his powers Richie Burnett against Phil Taylor on a regular basis in the mid to late 90s. We saw an exhibition game back in 1997, but we never saw anything on the biggest of
58.
stages wise them to at their prize pomp, and that would have been some outrageous battle.
Eric Bristow versus Alan Evans. That one springs to mind. Alan Evans, one of the best players never to win a world title.
180.
But I know every single player who plays the game in South Wales. They think about Leighton a lot. He was so instrumental
82. James, you
when he was
require
playing in the 70s and 80s.
114.
An astonishing personality, I've been told by my good friend Dean Williams. He's told me a lot about Leighton. He was quite close to him. He laid the groundwork not only for Welsh darts, but for world darts.
50. Martin, you require 126.
No matter what happens in this sport, he'll always be remembered as the first person to lift the world title.
46. James, you require 64.
A bit like Conan Whitehead was the first person to lift a Super Series. That can never be taken away from him, and I know his ambition is to get a second.
Game shot on the
It's a
second
lovely
leg.
64 out from
James
Hurrell. He puts right what went wrong in leg 1.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Already, you look at this Champions Week field, and it is an elite level Champions Week field.
60.
7 names have already been inducted into that particular Hall of Fame. We're going to see Yella Klassen, Scott Taylor, Matt Clark. Now, Graham Usher won 2 weeks here in Portsmouth, but he never appeared in the second Champions Week. So Matt Clark is going to make that slice of history in a few weeks' time. Mike Warburton, John Worsley, Steve
100.
West, and Owen Bates. The 7 already locked in. Who's going to join them Saturday night? And you can be here to see them crowned on Saturday night. Dartshop.tv is the place to be to get your free
60.
complimentary tickets. And it's free drinks for a tenner. It's a good night out.
This is better.
180.
So much easier when he's got a guide in the bottom of that 60. That's twice he's done that today. And he's looking for 3, 4, 1 and 6. But he doesn't have to go for the ball if he gets
Martin, you
trebles.
require 161.
It might actually be a good thing that he didn't get it.
137.
It stopped him being tempted into going for a bullseye. And now he's got a clean double on the outer ring to take that 2-1 lead.
60.
You'd have to say this is Martin's best leg of the day.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
was
third leg.
a 13-darter.
Thomas.
How many doubles are we going to see today hit right in the
Fourth
corner?
leg, it's James to throw first.
That's the
Game
third
on.
in 3 matches.
We'll have to call this group the David Beckham group if we carry on like this.
I wouldn't quite
140.
go down the route of bend it like Beckham. But I like the sound of hit it like Hurrell.
85.
I can't quite think of anything for Martin off the top of my head. We've got a lot of people getting in touch on social media today. And thank you for every tweet that you've been sending us.
60.
We've had people tuning in from Wales, from Preston, people tuning in to watch Martin, to watch Michael Huntley, and to support Stu Wilson.
140.
I get the feeling our Twitter following is about to be a bit more North American a little bit later. With arguably the best player in North America right now in Leonard Gates.
140.
And he's going to be in the same session as one of the best players in Canada, in Jacob Taylor.
And also featuring in that session, a 4-time champion of the world
41.
in Lisa Ashton. We're going to see Brazil's best player in Diogo Portela. And a debutant here at the Super Series in Justin Hood, who played in the final BDO World Championships at the O2 Indigo Arena back in 2020.
137.
Well, talk about
James
touche.
required 24.
Hurrell on double 12 after 12. That's where Martin was on the previous leg. Same result.
Game shot on the fourth leg. James Hurrell.
Touche, Martin. Touche.
Touche and 2-2. They are following
Fifth
each
leg,
other
it's
up
Martin to
quite
throw
nicely.
first. Game on.
It is Thomas with the darts. We're back into a best-of-3 scenario once again. In our previous match, it was 2-2 between Huntley and Wilson. And it was Wilson who attained the break in the 5th, then went on to win 4-2. In fact, it's been a session dominated by the player throwing first. He played 8 matches so far. 5 of them have been won with throw, 3 against.
140.
Will that trend continue, or are we looking at evening things up in those particular stakes and the throw maybe being a little bit more academic?
One thing we are seeing from Thomas is better grouping here. Even when he's missing that treble 20, he is caressing the wire. Bit like James was right there.
97.
That means that Thomas is not going to leave a finish.
95.
Oh, guess what he's left? 166. 4 times today he's left 166. I know it wasn't his fault this time, but it's getting a bit silly.
100.
The only player I can remember leaving 166 more often was a guy called Philip Douglas Taylor, although that didn't really do him much harm.
He was getting 6 darts from 166 all the time.
100. James, you require 164.
Martin might not.
For the neutral viewer, I'm sure you want to see this. But unfortunately, you're not going to. And when someone likes tops as much as Martin does,
100.
Usually, I would say a treble 14 is a good shot. There you go.
Game
it's in the same hole.
Martin Thomas.
That's an astonishing dart. He's hit the corner of double 12 twice. Right in the same puncture wound as the last time.
6th leg, it's James.
It feels like a darting Groundhog Day because he's found the double 12 in the same spot twice. It feels like a darting Groundhog Day because he's found the same space in the double 12 twice.
I'm just going to call you the Echo from now on. Because you are a journalist, Henry. I suppose your local newspaper would have to be the Echo.
55.
Our local newspaper around is actually, it's the simplest name of a newspaper ever. It's just called The News.
That's the Chizzy of newspapers. Just putting an end to something there with a Y. He looks exasperated, does Hurrell. I'm not surprised. He
41.
Probably didn't expect this level of play from Martin Thomas. But I'll reiterate what I was saying earlier. That break that he's had of 3 games since his last challenge, he's obviously done something to put himself in this position with this form. Now we'll see what Thomas does
100.
when it comes to counting. You've got to start 19s on 306. Can't leave a finish now.
64.
Just imagine if you'd hit a 140 there to leave 166 again.
I think my co-commentator would have spontaneously combusted.
One thing he's not doing wrong. He could potentially do to Hurrell what he's done to 2 opponents this week.
55.
The old forfer.
Certain part of the audience would have felt stumped by that comment.
That's like that very famous Scottish football result, isn't it? 4 for 4. He's 5-5. I think it happened once, didn't it?
Back in the 60s, I think, or something like that.
Martin, you require 142.
What I mean by a forfer is hitting 4 doubles from 4 attempts. He's got 63 now. And with Hurrell on 140, he may
92.
even get a look at the 50
James, you
that he's just
require
left.
140.
Unless Hurrell can find something inspired here to send us the distance. He can't. And so Thomas, who has a 100% record when it comes to finishing a leg off, is going to have the opportunity now to finish the match off.
45. Martin,
I think James
you require
knows
50.
that the game is probably up. Okay. Okay.
Shot and the
The
match.
Michael Smith
Martin
route for
Thomas.
50. Whether it was on purpose or not, it doesn't matter at all. Because that is a forfeit for Martin Thomas. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. And his best performance all day by an absolute mile. Winning by 4 legs to 2 in game 9.
Far Martin Thomas's best performance of the day. Let's run you through some of the stats from that one then. Martin Thomas with the 2nd winning average above 90 of the day, 92.5 in that one. The other man, of course, who has recorded a winning average over 90 today is James Hurrell, but he went down 4-2 in that one. That is his first defeat in Group C. We said a little earlier that Martin Thomas needed to be more clinical than he has been during previous visits here at the Super Series. stage, and he couldn't really have been much more clinical than that, could he? 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. No high checkouts in that one. The highest was 66, but a very, very impressive display from the Welsh one in that match. So before we get into looking at the table and ahead to our next match, let's have a little look at one of the routes you could take if you wanted to have a go on this Super Series stage. Let's have a look at the ADC qualifying process.
Board 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, there are all the details if you want to give this a go yourself. If you think you're good enough, come and have a go. Let's have a look at the league standings then in Group C before we tuck into our next match. And the next match is, of course, between two players on 2 points at the moment, Jack Vincent and Michael Huntley. Huntley thought he'd done enough to work his way back into his game against Wilson, but Stu, with that checkout of 104, the highest, of course, that we've seen so far in Group C, that got him over the line in this one. As for Vincent, 27 darts missed, a double across his 3 games so far. That's really what cost him in the games that he's been defeated in. Right then, let's hand back to our commentary team to guide you through all the ebbs and flows in this one.
Indeed, thank you very much, Abby. And for both of these players, a win now is of utmost importance. If we're going by that metric that we like to describe as the Wall of 3, well, the loser of it will have maintained a 3rd defeat in this group. Michael Huntley up against Jack Vincent kicks off round 4 of our afternoon here at the Super Series. And how would you say both players would reflect upon how they performed so far?
I think the most dominant thought on that stage is one of frustration for Huntley. I think he's had a lot of opportunities so far today, but ultimately he's walked away from games thinking,
it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
I should have done better. As for Jack, it's more of the same of what we've seen for the last few days. An average of 77 in round 1.
100.
Then a 73, which actually won him a game against Martin Thomas. But then losing with an 88 against Ryan Harrington. I get the
95.
feeling that Jack will be a bit mystified by the fact that he won with an average 15 points less than his last performance. Darts is weird.
60.
Very weird. But it's like match play golf. You could go out there and shoot 5 over par and win 6 and 5. You could shoot 5 under par and lose 3 and 2. That's the murkiness of professional or semi-professional sport.
60.
Well, we're seeing it here at the Super Series where one player can lose with an average in excess of a ton, and then the next game they'll win with an average of 76, for example.
Well, let's talk in rugby terms. You can score 35 points in a game of rugby union and you could lose. Then the next
100.
week, you could score 9 points and win. You have to play the situation, which is what leads me to one of my favourite phrases
97
in handling things like this. Situational pressure. How do you respond to the pressure of the situation at the time? Ask yourself that question
80
more than once when it comes to every game you play.
140.
How did I respond to that? How did I respond to this?
Game
Michael's
shot on the
response
first
is very
leg.
good.
Michael Huntley.
A great break of throw in leg one. And you can see his darts going in at slightly different angles there.
Second
but he
leg
tends
is
to
Michael
play
to
on
throw
that.
first. Game
He
on.
doesn't mind what angle they go in as long as the point's in the right segment. He's got one of the most upright stances I've seen in world darts. It's almost like he's on his tiptoes.
140.
It's like when you were a kid, and do you remember when you knocked the ball over the fence into the neighbour's garden, you're just peering on your tiptoes to say, can I have my ball back? A little bit like that.
60.
I never went to get the ball because the ball never went over the fence.
96.
I always hit the target.
Can't all be as good as you.
I'm only kidding. Yeah, it was really difficult when the ball went in the farmer's field. He was particularly stingy with that
44.
combine harvester he was going over the ball with.
You say, if you're Scott Mitchell's next door neighbour and the ball goes over the fence, you might be waiting a while
48.
for it back.
Footballs were expensive back then. Everybody wanted a Mitre football. Remember those?
Mm.
A Mitre Delta was what you wanted for Christmas. You didn't want to lose it.
85.
Remember my first Premier League ball was the... This is gonna, you're going to hate me for saying
I
this.
already do. You don't even have to complete the sentence. I know where you're going with this.
100.
The first Premier League ball I remember having, I was about 8 years old. It was the 08-09 Nike ball. You remember the one with the red one?
140.
All too readily,
Michael,
it feels like yesterday.
117.
It could feel like leg one if this goes.
97.
That was close. Sometimes you can tell how close that shot is by looking at the face of the player instead of looking at the dart. And like James Hurrell earlier, it was just that
66.
little purse of the lips.
Michael, you
as
require
if to say,
20.
ooh, that was close.
Game shot on the
That
second
one
leg.
was
Michael
pretty
Huntley.
much spot on. You don't get much better a double 10 than that. Right in the middle.
And if
Third
we're
leg, it's
talking
Jack
about
to throw
players'
first.
facial
Game on.
reactions as a double goes in, Michael Huntley was straight to the board and straight back. This is business-like from him. Averaging just under 97, a ton plus checkout, 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
80.
This is the sort of player that we've seen win Open Series titles on the World Senior Circuit, and he had to beat some cast list of names to win that.
123.
I think Jack's getting frustrated with a couple of darts on the floor, but he does run the risk of that happening in the same way as Stu Wilson. His darts go in
85.
slightly with the dart flight to his left of where the point goes in the board. When they kink a little bit like that, you do have
45.
the likelihood of that happening. That doesn't happen to someone who has the darts going in straight. Deflections are just part of the sport.
100.
If you can try to minimize them by tailoring your equipment to certain weights of barrel, certain types of stems and flights, then fair play to you.
100.
Regardless of what happens in this fixture, we have got 4 players on 4 points
90.
after 2/3 of our action here in Group C. At the start, I said it was impossible to pick a winner, and it still is.
Well, I raise you 4 players, and I'll give you 5 because if Ryan Harrington beats James Hurrell, we got 5 players tied at the top. Good luck splitting that.
If that happens, it means that the loser of this game will be the only person on 2.
133.
Ooh, that was close.
Michael, you require 93.
That was a really good try from Jack. That's 21, leaving 72. Plenty of opportunities. They go for double top. Interesting.
41.
But why did he do it again?
Jack, you require 13.
And has that opened up the door for Jack? Double two.
9. Michael, you require 52.
It's almost like you were thinking of The Shining there. Opening up the door for Jack. And then you'd say something about another Welshman. Here's Johnny. Here's Michael.
Game
Here's
shot
3-0.
Michael Huntley.
Here could well be the points. That puts him, well, if he
Fourth
wins
leg,
this...
it's Michael to throw first.
4-0, well, he will be
Game
top.
on.
Have you seen The Shining?
I haven't, no. I say with gritted teeth.
No, that's entirely plausible of someone your age. I only saw it for the first time during lockdown.
140.
I went through a phase of watching movies that I'd not seen that I should have seen. One of them was The Shining. I retreated to my bed, shivering with fear for the next 2 days.
60.
It's terrifying.
I did that during lockdown, but that was because the amount of studies I had to catch up on.
60.
Mike's not feeling scared at all. What's the happiest movie you've ever seen?
100.
Maybe we can label Michael Huntley as... Well, it's a Happy Feet, isn't it? That's a happy movie.
That is a very, very happy film, isn't it?
100.
This is very steady. 140, 60, ton. And he's doing what we mentioned earlier about leaving 201 after 9 being the minimum.
82.
Vincent's leg difference is -3. He does not want it to be -7. But it's not really up to him right now.
He's on the back foot here. Talk about Happy Feet. We're going to see Happy Feet tonight in Justin Hood. We'll tell you that story a little bit later on this evening.
47. Michael, you require 141.
That's not his nickname, is it?
He walked on to Happy Feet at the Indigo 02 when he made his solitary World Championship appearance.
55.
Some players just get it wrong.
Well, Michael Huntley's getting it all right at the minute. He leads 86 to seal a 4-0 success, and it's beginning... Well, the frustration really is beginning to course through Jack Vincent now. It's becoming quite
45.
visible on the eye.
Michael, you
He
require
knows that this is
86.
a crucial match to put himself joint top of the table. Well, he might now be the only player not joint top of the table because Huntley has a match start at 7-7, which isn't too far away. And so,
Jack, you require
if Jack is going to harbour any hopes of victory in this one, you sense he's going to have to take out this 167, which isn't going to happen this time.
This is a really awkward double for Michael.
123. Michael, you require
And if he's able
40.
to throw a slightly flatter dart, he could go for it, but he's going to split it. And why?
Game,
because he
shot,
loves double
and the
4
match.
today.
Michael
And he loves that
Huntley.
number 4 as well, because he's not only on 4 points now, he's at the top of the table because of that 4-0 win. A really good performance from Michael Huntley that will give him an excellent chance of getting through this group over the next couple of days.
Michael Huntley then with a whitewash victory over Jack Vincent in our last match, averaging almost 9 points more than his opponent in that one. 57% checkout success in that match. We said before that encounter, didn't we, that Michael Huntley was beaten with the highest checkout of the day at that point, a 104. Well, he was able to better that there against Jack Vincent, a 114, also to complete a 15 dart leg in what was a really clinical clinical display on the outer ring from the Welshman. Let's have a look at the league standings then before heading into our next match, and we can see that that victory moves Huntley top of the league standings given his superior leg difference. Next up, James Hurrell against Ryan Harrington for the 4th time this week, and it's Harrington who leads the head-to-head 3-0. It's a fixture that he's really enjoyed playing in this week, isn't it? Because on Monday and Tuesday had just the 2 victories to his name, and they both came in this particular matchup. Will he be able to make it 4 times in a row against James Hurrell, or will he get himself a victory over Ryan Harrington for the first time this week? Let's rejoin Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon in the commentary box to talk you through the action.
Well summarised, Abby, because you're absolutely right about Ryan Harrington. He's in the bottom 2 in the table, but if he gets a 4th consecutive win against James Hurrell, depending on the possible margin, of course, he could vault his way up this table. But the thing is, we've just seen Michael Huntley go from the depths of the bottom of the table to the top. This group was always going to be like this. It was going to be a complete cacophony of bewilderment. And maybe that surmises a little bit of what Ryan Harrington is thinking right now, because today has been very up and down.
I'm not going to give you 50 cent for my thoughts, but we started from the bottom and now he's here. As for James Hurrell, he will feel possibly an opportunity missed, because he was the only player after 2 rounds of fixtures who was 2 from 2. And if he loses this one, well, he's downright in that scrap, when he could have felt, should have felt that he could have really taken command of this Group C.
60.
I think he knows after the first 3 days of the week that nothing was going to come easy. But his battle against Harrington here, it's a mental one. Dart players know when you're playing against some of the same opponents day on day, if you keep losing to that particular player, it's in your head now. And Harrington is in his head, if only just a little bit.
$26.
He did have a brilliant game yesterday, it has to be said. Harrington averaged almost 91 and was fabulous on the doubles. Hit 4 from 6 attempts.
21.
In a lot of games, when you give someone 6 attempts at a double only, you do get the win. But not that time. Hurrell only got 7 shots and he hit 3. It's not like he played poorly. But that was a day where he didn't win a single game. On Tuesday, Ryan beat him with an 84 average, hitting 4 shots out of 13.
140.
But it was even better on Monday. In fact, it was Ryan's best performance of the entire week, where he averaged 95.58 and 80%
58. James requires 61.
4 out of 5 that time.
Both players have had their trials and tribulations. Both have had a day where they have gone winless. That was yesterday
21.
for Hurrell. But he's responded well at the beginning of this Group C. Left and sub tops here. Harrington, who has got out the gates rather slowly, it has to be said.
57. James, you require 40.
That is definitely the worst start he's thrown at tops this week.
8. Ryan, you
And he's
require
given Ryan a
125.
freebie at the centre of the board.
Forget about highway robbery. This would be an escape from Alcatraz if this tops goes.
85. James, you require 32.
That's one of his better misses at tops. At least it was close. Hurrell is lucky to be coming back, and he just doesn't like this lie. This is why he likes tops instead of 16s. because he covers that bed too much with his flight if he misses just on the outside. But that's a world-class shot from Hillbilly Hurrell.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I think he's sick and tired of losing to Ryan Harrington. It's as simple as that. You could potentially play a player this week 7 times.
96.
If you're in Group A, you could play the same player 3 times in Group A, twice over the next 2 days, and it's possible for these two. And then, if you both
45.
qualify for Saturday night, you could play each other twice there as well. If I'm not mistaken, that actually happened, didn't it? Was it John Henderson and Niall Cullerton? Didn't they play each other 7 times that week?
Yeah, the only way it can be done is if a player goes into Group A and then drops into Group B, because the way the allocation of the groups will go is the first place player in Group C will go into Group 1, and then the first place player in Group C will go into Group 2, the second place player into Group 1. However, players ranked 1 and 3 in Group
57.
B will be put into Group 2, so there is a conceivability if those players are the 2 players that drop from Group A that they could play each other 5 times and then the twice on the finals night.
Could you just say that again?
81.
I think you were tying yourself in knots there, Henry. It's a bit complicated, but what we will say is that there is a possibility that you can play someone 7 times.
96.
It just goes to show how much you know about this format. You know about as much about this format as anybody.
So what I can tell you is Barry Van Peer will play
82.
the first game of Saturday night against the player who finishes second in this group.
And he will also play the 5th game, which we'll talk about on Saturday. He could do the same. But he goes another double-double route.
54. Ryan, you require 40.
Double 10. And now 5s.
35.
And predominantly
James,
when he's gone for double
40.
5, that has happened.
It's just been the odd pull here and there on the darts at the top of the board. But at the top of the board, that's usually where James Hull has excelled. But double 10 has just been as fruitful for the Hillbilly this week. And he leads 2-0. Has to be said, it's not a classic affair. Legs 1 in 23 and 20 darts respectively. It's 43 darts for the first 2 legs. But if Hull can obtain the points, he won't care about the average because he'll put himself back onto 6 points. And dependent on the result in this one, could go up to the top of the table.
43.
Sometimes you're going to have bad matches that you win.
40.
And great performances when you lose. That's why this is such a mental game. I've spoken to many people over the years who think that when you've got the talent at the elite level of the sport, it's 70% mental. Some people think it's even bigger than that. Maybe as high as 85%.
140.
This is a mental game for Hurrell, trying to beat Harrington for the first time this week. But it's also a mental challenge for Harrington in trying
83.
to stay in touch. And he's not really been in touch in a group phase since the first couple of rounds.
100.
On Monday. That's a long time between being eliminated pretty much because he was by the middle part of Tuesday. And now, where he's still in the mix.
140.
But for how long? Has Hurrell had his awakening in this game, which is
96.
squeaking to a 2-0 lead.
95.
Not playing well. Things have changed. He's playing better. And I get the feeling that Harrington can't miss this one
125.
There's an element of I do not want to continue playing like that from James Hurrell. Well, he's upped it in this leg to leave
60.
a double 46.
James, you require 40.
Visit leg, and that would represent the best of this match so far.
Game shot on the
Tops
third
is found.
leg.
3-0 it is.
Hurrell.
And he's a leg away from moving on to 6 points and back to the top of the table in Group C.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
James has played for his country 3 times. 2015, 2017, and was the captain in 2022. Just doing a little bit of research here to see who he made his debut against for England. It was the British Internationals in 2015. And he had 2 games for England. He beat Stevie Plank of Scotland. Great name, by the way. By 4 legs to 2, averaging 86. And when he played against Wales, he beat a legend in Martin Phillips. That wasn't a good game. They both averaged 77.
100.
But any win at international level over Martin Phillips, that is something to hold on to.
Absolute legend of the game over in Wales. How is he these days? Anyone heard anything from him recently?
I'll have to ask some of my colleagues. I don't know what Martin's doing these days. If you're watching Martin by any... Because I don't think he was a big watcher of the sport when he wasn't playing. But if anybody knows how Martin's doing, pass him our regards. What a wonderful man. But looking at the team that he was in, Hurrell, Scott Mitchell, Mark McGeaney, Glenn Durrant, Gary Thompson of Yorkshire, Yozza Jamie Hughes. There's some great players in there. Great players. And I want to give a mention to some of the other lesser-known players in that squad as well. People like Darren Pitoum, Louis Venez, Paul Dawkins from Kent. He's been playing for a long time. Paul Hogan was in that team.
41. Ryan, you require
Paul Hogan
108.
has the record of being the only player in the history of the British internationals to have hit a 9-darter. Double 16 for a 15 dart for Harrington. Not this time.
I think Ryan's dad's worn the red trousers. The famous red pants.
100. Ryan, you require 16.
2 8s for Harrington.
Game shot on the fourth
3-1 it is. He pulls the leg back.
Harrington.
And so he forces Hurrell here to serve it out. And sometimes it's all
Fifth
you
leg, it's James to throw
want to do as a player.
Game on.
Make sure you don't get... you don't want to get bageled. But if you're going to lose, don't lose with the throw. Make them have to get over the winning line.
59.
Make them work for them valuable points.
58.
I've just been looking at James's history in an England shirt, actually, in the British Internationals. He's only ever lost 1 game. He's got an incredible record. 5 wins.
60.
1 loss. That's really good. No wonder he was picked for captain. He was beaten by a Welshman who has played here
137.
at the MODUS Super Series. And I am going to have that as our little teaser until the end of this match.
I've just had an update on Martin Phillips. He doesn't play anymore. Fortunately, he's got a shoulder injury.
60.
So he goes to the odd event here and there to catch up with everyone on the darting scene.
That's nice, though, isn't it? Played for a very long time. And he's a lot of people's favourite person in the sport. In fact, when Mark Webster was asked one time, who is your favourite roommate or teammate from the past, he said Martin Phillips. And when they're together, things get a little bit crackers. Got any ideas about
60.
the only person to have ever beaten James Hurrell in a British international match?
Oof, enlighten me.
98.
No, I said I would give it until the end of the match. It might not be at the end of leg 5. Little timeout there for James. Sometimes when he takes that timeout, he comes back with a real bang. But the 18s must come calling here.
$58. Ryan, you require 150.
Going to go 19s for the 150. And I guarantee you this.
98.
If he comes out of this game with a win over Hurrell, James will not want to see the name Harrington again until tomorrow, and potentially never again.
140. Ryan, you require 52.
James knows that he's going to hit this. Oh,
36.
That really clattered into his own flight. And now Hurrell could finally break the streak. The answer to the teaser is Liam
64.
Meek. He's the only player to beat James Hurrell in a British international match. But could it be James's first win against Ryan Harrington in week 8?
It's going to be one dart at tops,
44.
which has been his friend all
Ryan,
week.
you require 60.
You can see the spring in his step as he approached the hockey, and you can see the frustration as he walked away from it. But is he going to get one more opportunity? No is the answer. Harrington gets the break, brings it back to 3-2. Well, Hurrell couldn't serve it out. Can Harrington take us the distance?
Throw first.
And it's he with the darts.
Game on.
In leg 6.
I'll give you another little teaser then.
100.
In what year did Rodney Harrington make his England debut?
1991.
135.
In the eternal words of Ken Bruce, 1 year out.
100.
I almost went full Roy Walker there. Oh, it's a good answer, but it's not right. It's 1992.
Was that the year he made the World Masters?
140.
World Masters he won in 1991.
That was why I was tempted to go that year.
96.
Probably one of the lesser known World Masters, in fact. Beat Phil Taylor in the final. I can just imagine Rod watching this right now, just wiggling in his chair saying, yeah, I did that.
140.
And in a funny sort of way. I haven't talked a lot about Rod this week because I know he wants to enjoy his retirement and not talk about darts anymore, but people just don't
43.
reference him as a world master anymore.
86.
They just talk about the world match players. Maybe he deserves a bit more credit than he got. All the credit will go the way of Hurrell, who has now got 6 darts from here to get it done. He doesn't look particularly happy. And the reason for that is because he's still on 63.
40.
Well, Hurrell left sat on a finish, but Harrington is going to apply the pressure here. Talk about applying pressure. He's going to find himself on double 11 upon his return. And so Hurrell for the match. It is tops.
6.
But he will not return to
22.
the top of the table right now.
They weren't his best efforts at double top this week. Got to get closer.
No score.
Doesn't get close enough.
James, you require 40.
There's been a real deliberate nature about this game. And I'll be really interested, Henry, to see James's reaction if he hits this double top.
Game,
and he does hit it.
And the match.
He finally
James
gets a win
Hurrell.
against Ryan Harrington, and he does go back to the top of the table on 6 points. He has had a little bit of a lull today, but he has snapped it with 1 game to go. He's got Jack Vincent to come a little bit later on, but that is in the final round, and we've got 1 more match before we even get there.
Well, you'd not be able to tell from his body language following that victory for James Hurrell, but he has done enough to return to the top of the table. Let's have a look at the stats from that one, and that really explains why he was still shaking his head leaving the stage despite getting that first victory over Ryan Harrington this week. It was far from the highest quality either player has produced over the course of this week, both averaging in the mid to high 70s for much of that encounter. 4 out of 13 on the outer ring for Hurrell in that one. He won't care about the numbers really though when he looks at the league table, which is what we can do right now, and it sees that James Hurrell is the first player on to 6 points in the league standings. One of the next 2 players we've got in action will join him there, either Stu Wilson or Martin Thomas. Their head-to-head on the Challenge Tour previously is 1 apiece. Wilson with a whitewash win when they met in 2020. The following year, Thomas came through in a decider to get a victory over Wilson. Which one of the 2 will be victorious in this encounter? Then let's hand back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon to talk you through this match.
Well, thank you very much, Abby. And, well, this is a game which will see the victor join James Hurrell at the summit in the Group C table. And both players who joined the fray here in Group C today, and like everyone, have had contrasting fortunes. But as the day's gone on, we have seen Stu Wilson get better.
Oh, look, there's another nickname with just a vowel at the end. Tommel. But this guy's called the Phoenix. He'll be hoping he's not coming out of the ashes. But this is a really interesting encounter with 2 players who have, at times today, shown a very good level of form. And we're going to have a very uniform-looking table in a minute.
First leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
We are going to have 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, and 2 players on 2. Which means the final round of matches today could well see us have that scenario
140.
where everybody's still in the running. You're going to get Hurrell against Vincent, so that's 6 points versus 2. Thomas versus
100.
Huntley. That's the old Welsh clash. That could be a battle of 6 points versus 4. And Harrington
59.
versus Wilson, that will see 2 points versus possibly 6. The biggest gap we're going to see
81.
between bottom and top is 6. It could be as little as 4. If that's the case, everybody's involved on Friday.
It will be very much game on for everyone
78.
in this Group C.
When I say the word Phoenix, what do you think of? A little bit of word association. First thing you think of.
95.
Think of that sitcom, Phoenix Nights.
It's actually not that far from where Stu lives.
140.
It was Chorley, wasn't it? Chorley is just down the road from Preston. It's a matter of minutes away. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
famous football team as well, beat Wolverhampton Wanderers
84.
in the FA Cup a couple of years ago. They're the first ever team from the National League North to beat in a top division side in the FA Cup. As Wilson wants double 12 for an opening leg.
60. Martin, you require 125.
He went 18s first on 125. Now, that's a somewhat old school route.
Stu, you require 24.
Single 18 still leaves a finish, 107. That's okay. He's got his own way of doing it.
Game shot on the first
It didn't work,
leg.
and he does lose the leg.
Wilson.
And it's fair to say that Stu Wilson is in a pretty good mood at the minute.
Second leg, it's
Even when he
Martin's
lost the game
first.
earlier to James Hurrell, he averaged 93, but his response to that was to beat Mike Huntley 4-2 with an average close to 90 and 50% on the doubles.
Going back to Phoenix Lights, it's actually based off the Lakeside Country Club.
41.
Well, they say that mimicry is the best form of flattery. Funny enough, the first thing that came to mind for me with the word Phoenix was Beth Phoenix, very famous wrestler. And the city of Phoenix, of course.
60.
Which isn't too far from where a certain dart player used to live. A certain David Fathom.
Arizona.
Yeah.
60.
Bit dry there, bit hot. Lots of rattlesnakes. Got some lovely golf courses. If you want to know more about Arizona, the right person to ask later is Leonard Gates.
100.
I wonder how many states he's played in.
That's a great question.
I wonder if he's kept count.
134.
You're asking Leonard Gates to count.
I'll let you tell him that.
All tongue-in-cheek. We'll see Leonard Gates later on this evening here at the Super Series. Looking forward to watching him play. It's got to be over 25.
100.
He's definitely played in Texas.
Definitely played in New York State.
Yeah, what we'll do tonight is we'll look at his profile and we will talk about some of the tournaments he's won in his
58.
career. Some of them have just got the best names you could ever wish to hear. If there's one thing American darts do, it's the name of a tournament. They do it better than anybody else.
100.
And that's the name of the game. You've got to be better
116.
than the person on the other side of the hockey.
If this was based in America, this would be the Portsmouth Church Classic.
56.
I'll relate to you some of the
100.
names of those tournaments later. You've got to do better, Henry. I'll give you a C- for that. I might give an A+ to Stu Wilson.
Game shot on the second
Take it
leg.
away, Stu.
Stu Wilson.
Wonderfully done in that 17-darter.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game
The only
on.
way you can complete 100 better than that is if you hit 2 balls. And nobody does that.
Don't know, Chris Mason might if there was an 11-darter on.
99.
Problems for Thomas, who in this game is
81.
reverting back to his early type in rounds 2 and 3. Wilson is continuing at that 90+ level.
180.
He's getting better than that. When he played Hurrell, he was playing so well after 2 legs. But then he
60.
dropped off. He's not at that level, but he's maintaining something that we haven't seen from any player so far today.
58.
The last thing you need at this juncture in a very tight
43.
group is a heavy
Stu,
defeat.
you require 164.
The problem that Harrington and Vincent have got at the bottom of the table is that their leg difference is so
60.
much worse than everybody else's. They're on -6 and -7. Whereas someone like Michael Huntley in second position, who's got the best leg difference,
Should you require 104.
He's on +5. It might come into play. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to come into play.
Sometimes I go beyond those sorts of brackets as Wilson looks at double 16 for the 104 for 3-0. A couple of weeks ago, Chaz Barstow went through by way of legs 1.
83. Should you require 32.
That makes what Martin Thomas does next very important. Two 8s.
16.
And he will be back. That's a better first start. This will be a good visit. Watch.
100. Should you require
It just
16.
seems like he relaxes when he gets that first stop in the place that he wants it.
Game shot on the
But
third
unfortunately
leg.
for him, it is
Stu
3-0
Wilson.
down. And Thomas's leg difference is currently at +2.
Fourth leg,
if he
it's
loses
Martin's
this
to throw
leg,
first.
it'll go to -2, which means we'd have 3 players on a plus leg difference and 3 on a minus.
100.
There'd be this little leg difference chasm starting to appear.
And suddenly that means in a congested and tight group like this, players are going to have to go out and attack.
85.
Margin of victory will begin to come into play.
$100.
I don't remember the last time I saw Stu Wilson look this comfortable.
140.
Whatever he's been doing over the last few months, I think we're starting to see the evidence of it.
60.
I spoke to him very briefly earlier this afternoon. He looked so relaxed. He's a no-nonsense dart player. Some people come into the practice room and they've got this aura.
45.
Whether it's one of doubt, one of overconfidence. But he walks in there mild-mannered and just wants
58.
to do a job.
What's it they say about the quiet ones?
What do they say about the quiet ones?
They're the ones you've got to look out for.
140.
Oh, that's a beautiful ass. How has he got that in there? There's a player who knows and understands how his darts behave in the air.
140.
I didn't think he could get
91.
that second 60. But he did. 89 remain.
$62. Martin, you require 43.
I didn't get it wrong. For a moment, I thought maybe I made the mistake, but Stu made the error.
19.
But now he can fix
you
it.
require 29.
You require 29, not 28.
And so he's going to have to burn a dart en route. What is the route? Is the route a double 8? For 4-0 win.
Game, shot,
and Stu Wilson puts
Stu
himself
Wilson.
to the top of the table. And so it is a nicely uniform league table. 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, 2 players on 2 as you head into the final round of fixtures, which will begin with Hurrell and Vincent in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, solid stuff from Stu. Again, last time out, a whitewash win for him in that one. Another really impressive display. We can have a look at some of the stats from that one now. Did make a little bit of an error at the back end of the last leg, but tidied it up very nicely indeed. 40% checkout success for the match. Martin Thomas missing both of his attempts at the outer ring in that one. As for Stu Wilson, he's continued to improve as the day has gone on, hasn't he? And probably produced the most steady level that we've seen from anyone so far in Group C. Another ton-plus outshot in there as well, that 100 checkouts, of course, and an 87 average in the end. Before we get into our next match then, let's have a look at the league standings heading into our final round of fixtures for the day. And because the majority of players, their levels haven't really been that consistent over the course of the day's play, it means that everybody is still in with a chance heading into our final round of fixtures in Group C for the first day of action. Our next match sees James Hurrell take on Jack Vincent for the 4th time this week, and it's Hurrell who leads the head-to-head for the week so far. 2-1. Will he be able to add a third, or will it be Vincent who levels up the head-to-head for the week? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
I think Hurrell, Abby, will definitely be happy if he walks away with 8 points. It would be his best campaign, or daily campaign, of the week so far. And he's had to work so hard for the 6 points he's already got. It's not been easy. At times, he's had to dig really, really deep. But Jack has been digging deep pretty much since the middle of Monday's play. Can he walk away with 4 points today to join the middle of the road stuff that we're seeing from Huntley and Thomas so far? Because like Henry mentioned, we've got 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4 points, and 2 on 2. How are things going to change in this last round?
Well, for Jack Vincent, who has been here for 4 days at the Super Series, his entire week could rest
first leg, it's James
on this one match. If he loses this, then it could be a very, very tall order to qualify from here. But if he can harbour a win against Hurrell, one of the players on 6 points in the group, he may just open up a window of opportunity for himself.
100.
Like Abby mentioned, they've played 3 times this week and Hurrell's got 2 of the wins. But if Vincent can level up, we still have a possibility
59
of maybe even 2 points being the gap between top and bottom.
135.
Either Mike Huntley or Martin Thomas are going to get to 6. That's your next match. But if Jack Vincent beats James Hurrell and Ryan Harrington beats Stu Wilson,
30.
That will mean that top will be 6 and bottom will be 4. I love those types of groups. Maybe not as much as a group that we had very recently, which pretty much bent our minds into some sort of
100.
Crazy hemisphere. It takes me back to when we had Matthew Dennant, Mike Warburton, Sebastian Białecki, Connor Heenahan, and John
43.
Michael. And Jack Waring was in the group as well. But at one point, we had 5 players on 16 points and Jack Waring on 0. I don't think we'll ever see a group like that ever again.
Mike Warburton had 16 points and finished 5th. But it was he who had the last laugh, because he won the week. We're going to see him at the beginning of May.
James requires
he or she who laughs last laughs longest. And I said that very slowly because I can't say it quickly.
91.
He or she who laughs longest.
Yeah, but you always talk faster than I do. You'd be good at doing that terms and conditions thing at the end of radio adverts.
59. James, you require 40.
Tops for Hurrell.
Game shot on the first leg.
How many times have I said that this week? And then he's gone on to hit it. Maybe there
Second
is a
leg, it's
parrot in
Jack
here.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe there's a parrot in here.
Don't worry, I'll get you back later.
125.
That's why I'm cashing in now.
That's what Jack's got to do. He's got to get James back. This is a to and throwing sport. It's a bit like tug of war.
121.
You can't do it too aggressively, but you've got to think it in your own mind. You've got to self-motivate.
41.
You think about the greats of the game. Taylor, Barneveld, Bristow, MVG. And the ladies, Gulliver, Ashton, the Brumislova.
140.
Great self-motivators. All of them. In order to be a great dart player, that's free advice. If you can't motivate yourself,
81.
you're pretty much snookered. Because imagine if you're in a long format match. Let's say you're playing best of 19. Let's say you're 5-1 down. Nobody can help you.
100.
And in this format, think about Martin Thomas in the previous match. He was 3-0 down. Who could help him? Nobody. Apart from yourself.
125.
And this is
James
one thing that Jack is learning right now. Self-motivation is so important.
Is there anyone better at the minute than Leonard Gates at that? Just look at the sheer amount of darts he's playing at the minute.
60. Jack, you require
I'd say that Gezi Price would give him a run
129.
for his money. He's a pretty good self-motivator, but then again, he's getting a bit more motivation from the crowd. Lately, people are being nice to him. It's very refreshing.
87. James, you require 80.
He's been quite deliberate today, is James. Taking his time over shots. He's got 2 darts in his way. This is really tough.
60. Jack, you require 42.
Double 16. What a guide.
10. James, you
That's
require
quite unfortunate.
20.
With the way his darts hit the board, I thought that was ideal. But he must have hit the flight first there on the flight path.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Hurrell.
James Hurrell.
Right, we've got to settle this now, Henry. Is he better at double 10 or double top? Because he's been
Third leg,
mustard
it's
on them
James to
both
throw
at times
first.
this week.
Game on.
Maybe the first couple of days he was a tops guy. And now on 10s, outstanding.
Shall we just settle the argument by sitting on the fence and just say he's a great 40 breakdown player?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
100.
Don't work hard, work smart.
I think our colleague
83.
from Ireland would probably say that better than us. But then again, Irish people say everything better than anybody.
Maybe one Irish pundit would say, double 10? Well, that's his job.
60.
That's a really good shout, actually. Yeah, don't give Erling Haaland too much in the way of praise. Scoring goals, it's his job.
35.
I love Roy Keane. I think he's fantastic. I'd love him in darts commentary. He would be sensational.
Tell you what, Jack Vincent would be swinging punches at that board following that visit.
Don't do a Lloydie. And don't do an Aaron Monk. Because he used something other than his fist at the UK Open. He used his head. There's wires on there. They're quite
100.
sharp. Don't do that.
I think with joke and concussion protocols could have came into play there.
No, we don't need helmets and darts.
60.
There'd definitely be a sponsorship opportunity used there, wouldn't there?
Yeah, most definitely. It'd be really funny if we did need helmets.
85.
That's worked out pretty well, James. Look at the glass half full. Got yourself on a finish, and Jack is nowhere near you. James is in an NFL position here, a sport with
James, you require 156.
Where it's first down and 10. Your offensive line is really good. You're going to get plenty of time with the ball here. And you can just utilize plenty of time to get yourself into the red zone. And now he's in the red zone. All he's got to do now is score.
All we now need is that yellow pen in the middle of the board.
Now there's an idea.
100.
Did you hear that,
James,
producers?
56.
Give me a yellow pen, just like John Madden. Double top.
Game shot.
And there it is,
third
3-0.
leg.
Now that you've said that,
Hurrell.
I want that so badly. I want a yellow pen so I can do little rings around
Fourth
tops.
leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
The first sports punter that really made use of those kind of graphic works was John Madden, and he was fabulous at it.
123.
Only broadcaster to have called a Super Bowl on all 4 major American networks.
Because he was incredible.
Wasn't it at one point he was on more money as an analyst? I think it was for Fox than
100.
any player in the NFL was on that at the time.
I wouldn't be surprised. A bit like Steve Williams, the long-time caddy of Tiger Woods, is the highest
36.
earning sports person ever from New Zealand. And he was a caddy. It's one of my favourite sporting statistics, that one. And actually, somebody's been in touch with me today to let me know how many 180s that Phil Taylor hit in World Championships. A really, really good bit of statting there.
85.
Do you want to hazard a guess? While you're doing that, if you want to give me a yellow pen to do a bit of John Madden work.
100.
How about giving us shot tracer as well, like in golf, where we see the darts flying through the air and we see the trajectory. That would be fun. Go on then, how many 180s did Phil Taylor hit in his career in
I'm
World
going to say
Championships?
around 2,000.
43.
Nowhere near. $688. According to Ricky Swales. Thanks for getting in touch, Ricky. I hope you're right.
100.
I will get that checked, don't you worry.
All we need is Tony Romo now to do a couple of games in the broadcast booth.
Oh, that's one of the names that Richard Ashdown likes me to say.
Jack to require
Tony Romo.
142.
Great broadcaster and an excellent golfer as well.
Plays at the Pro-Am events, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Excellent player.
94.
Well, looks as if we're going to be saying that word stay of execution again potentially here. For Jack Vincent, 48 to keep himself in the match with Hurrell back on 190. This is with the Vincent throw in leg 4.
He's had 2 darts at a double in this match and he missed them both.
81. Jack to require 48.
He hastened to say that he can't do that again.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't
the
miss this
fourth
time.
leg.
Fair play to Jack, who
Vincent.
now has a fighting chance. But he will have to break twice if he's to get
Fifth
out of
leg, it's
jail here.
James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, what was it we said about making sure you make your opponent serve it out? Well, that's exactly what Jack's made James do again here. In similar vein to the Hurrell v
30.
Harrington match that we saw a couple of games ago. Hurrell ran out of 4-2 victor there. That was actually his poorest performance of the day.
140.
As we said, as far as Jack Vince is concerned, his mentality is elite. He doesn't know when to quit. He gives everything to every dart. But when you're up against a player with the caliber and the quality of James Hurrell, sometimes you just need that little bit more.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
139.
Now, did he switch there? Because at times today, when he's had 2 darts in the treble, he's had a wicked deflection.
100.
Because I didn't see any evidence in that one shot where the switch was the right play.
$95.
It's a good leave. Everybody likes a 127 in game.
Charlie more than most, our referee.
Oh, that's a superb second dart.
100.
But a
Jack
lot of players
127.
who were maybe a little younger than James might have gone bull with the last dart. And the reason for that is because if you get a 25
James
to lead 86,
91.
you've got 2 singles to bull. Here, to get a shot at the bull, it must be 25. And there it is. 16 for the bull.
$66.
For a moment, he thought the game was over. That was a very well thrown dart.
But he could very much find it, very much game back on, because Vincent here for 14 darter, 15 if he can find the double 5 to extend this match, but it's not going to happen. And so James Hurrell to end the day with 4 wins from 5, and no matter what, cannot be topped at the top of the table in terms of points. It's going to be 2 darts in his hand, a double 8 to get the job done, to get the game won, and to condemn Jack Vincent to yet another defeat. And James Hurrell will end the day on 8 points and put himself in a brilliant position to progress his way through to Saturday night. He's never failed to make it, and he's one step closer to doing exactly that on his 3rd appearance here. He's beaten Jack Vincent by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, for the 3rd time this week, James Hurrell has just got the better of Jack Vincent. It was a 4-1 scoreline for him on this occasion. Hillbilly's performance levels have been unpredictable over the course of the day's action, but importantly for him, that's not prevented him from picking up 8 points from a possible 10. As you can see, another clinical display from him on the outer ring. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, an average just over 87.5 in that one. As for Jack Vincent, that element of his game certainly needs to be improved heading into the 2nd day of Group C action, which will, of course, get underway from 1 p.m. tomorrow again. But let's have a look then at the league standings ahead of our penultimate game of this session. And it's James Hurrell who leaves himself very well placed at the halfway stage, +6 in the legs column and on 8 points from a possible 10 of course. Next up, we've got Michael Huntley and Martin Thomas, an all-Cymraeg affair in this one. And it is, of course, to determine who will end the day on 6 points. Huntley with 2 whitewash victories to his name already today. Martin Thomas suffering a defeat by that scoreline in his last match. Which one of these then will pick up the 2 points to move on to 6 points in the league table and give themselves a really, really healthy chance heading into the final day of action? Let's hand back to our commentary team to see how this one unfolds.
I'll say one thing, Abby, I'm glad you said that. And maybe you should be sitting down here because it's an all-Welsh clash. I wonder who you think's going to win this one. It's up in the air a little bit because Martin Thomas on 4 points, he's had a very topsy-turvy time of it. But so has Michael Huntley. They've both got 4 points. It's almost a playoff to see who finishes in the top half. But there will be one more day to go. And as far as speaking Welsh in this game, Henry, the only thing I can say is Rudween Hoffy Coffee.
I'm not going to attempt.
I just said that because I know you like coffee, and it's the only thing I can say.
Do rock a good
First
coffee.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, isn't that nice? Bit of a Super Series loving to start.
Where's Kiss Cam? And they called it Darting Love.
Oh, and don't you start singing, otherwise things are going to get a little bit bitter in the commentary box. You might have to go out there to get some love.
60.
I mean, I'll have to go back on one of those apps.
Well, let's face facts.
140.
They've played well at times today, and the other times they haven't. I know it's easy for me to say that, but I think if you were going to be categorising these guys' days,
140.
it would be good game, bad game, good game, bad game. At the minute, you would probably say that these two Welsh players are not favoured to make it through this group because Hurrell and Stu Wilson have played better than they have.
140. Martin, you require 87.
But this is round 5 of 10. We're not even at the halfway point yet, and tomorrow's another day. He decided not to go for the bullseye.
47.
He is saying that
Mike,
you
we
cannot
require
take out this
161.
161, Mike. He said it can't be done. He was right. He was correct.
80.
He'll come back for tots for 13.
Martin, you require 40.
He hasn't been that good
Game
at
shot
tots
on the
today.
first leg. Martin Thomas.
And maybe that's the one thing that could be fixed over the next 6 rounds of play.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Let's face it, Martin Thomas has not scored to his full potential today. But when he's been on double top, he's been nowhere near his best. And he's still got points in the bank.
60.
So imagine if he turns up in this game and tomorrow, scores a little bit better and starts hitting double top. He could win this group.
It was good to see both of the players having the all-important
100.
conversations that you need to have during a darts match, such as which glass of water is mine.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get the wrong one.
60.
Gary Anderson fans, he used to put his flights in the bottle of water when they shared the same table.
It's actually a really good way of doing it.
Remember that famous incident at the
43.
Grand Slam once? And Phil Taylor kind of got aggrieved with Darryl Gurney because Darryl didn't pour Phil a glass of water before their match got underway.
121.
I have never had an argument with another dart player about water. I've had an argument with lots of other players about other
95.
stuff. But not about water.
Nah, you never had an argument with anyone, did you?
I had plenty.
100.
Still going on.
Michael, you require 123.
But this is a one-table system we have here at the MODUS Super Series. You have to share. Sharing is caring. This is the kind of finish that Martin
you
will
require
fancy.
160.
Not anymore. But it's the kind of finish when you like double top.
41.
You really want to have
Michael,
a
you
crack at. That
require
could not
72.
really have worked out much worse for Thomas. Because 119 is a horrible out.
Game
Doesn't
shot on the
matter.
second leg. Michael Huntley.
Because he's been put out of his misery with a lovely 72 there.
Level we are
Third
at one
leg, it's
apiece.
Martin to throw first.
Thomas with the darts in leg 3. Talking about famously sharing, have you ever heard the story about Murray Walker and James Hunt?
45.
Back from the BBC, back in the 80s. Famous Formula One commentary partnership. And they had to share the same microphone throughout the course of the race. And so they'd literally hand the microphone one to the other as they go along. And apparently there's a famous story that Murray wasn't happy that James was talking over a big moment in the race, and so he actually stamped on his foot to grab the microphone back. So he was talking over the key moment.
Is that true?
Sure, I've heard that story somewhere.
140.
Isn't that remarkable? Slightly egotistical.
100.
I think the final word should always go to the person who creates it. I think in our
60.
line of work, there's a lot of people who like to have the last word, but the person who creates it should have the last word.
137. Michael, you require 161.
Who's going to have the final word in leg 3?
$55.
Well, a lot of people like bullseye with the last start, Mike. There are a few questionable
54
counting decisions happening between these two, not just in this match, but throughout the day. So far in this match, Martin has not left 166 by some sort of miracle.
40. Martin, you require 40.
Oh, but 66 appears. There you go, as if by magic. To the left. And in, just like that. This is better on tops from Thomas.
The way his darts lie, if the first dart goes above and is into the middle of the bed, he's then got to make a decision because he's going to block a huge portion of that bed. But if it goes to the side, specifically to the right-hand side of the bed, it does give him a bigger target area to aim at. We'll see how his darts lie into the board. As you can see, it lies low into the bed. Now, that is perfect for that treble 20 bed. That's perfect for Max. That's exactly what he gets.
Even when the dart is slightly above that tops bed, it doesn't make the segment bigger on that shot. But what it does give him is a little bit of a cushion if he can just glance off the flight and sneak it in.
57.
That is something, when you practice a lot with this lie that he has, that you do start to learn. It's not just about throwing darts at a board and seeing what you score.
41.
It's about learning what happens to the dart you've thrown and what it actually does with the dart that's already in the board.
100.
Look at how the dart behaves. Every elite player and a lot of semi-professional players know exactly how their darts behave when they collide.
100. Martin, you require 164.
If I could be so brave to say so, I think there's only one professional that I know of who doesn't actually care about that.
124.
And that's Johnny Clayton. I don't think he knows how his darts behave to their full potential, which is frightening. Because if he did, he'd get even
Martin,
better.
40.
He's good enough as it is.
Game
this
shot
is good from Thomas, whose tops hitting is becoming imperious. Is becoming imperious in this match because he's a leg away from victory to move himself on to 6 points. And it will put him well placed in the pack going into the final day's action here in Group C. Thomas, who began the day as the 13-8 favourite with the bookmakers and the odds compilers to go on and win the group, could put himself in a handy position to progress his way through it and into Saturday night's final.
One more leg from this
41.
position for 4-1, and Thomas would finish in a positive leg difference with 6 points.
96.
It would mean that Huntley would still remain on a positive leg difference, but only with 4. He would not be out of it.
140.
But it would make the first couple of rounds tomorrow very interesting.
Now remember, the fixtures flip around from Thursday to Friday.
60.
So these two will meet in their first match tomorrow, which would be must win from Huntley's perspective.
45.
If he, of course, loses this one, which, of course, is still very much game on here. But Thomas is looking to wrap it up and wrap it up quite quickly with the darts in this one.
This is a good performance as well. when you look at what he's done today, averaged 82 in his first match, then 73. That was a real off game. 92
100.
in the win over Hurrell in game 9. That was a really good performance. Didn't miss a double either. But then back into the 70s in game 12. It's another rebound
60.
into the 90s.
Last time we saw so many throwbacks into the 90s, we heard that S Club 7 were reforming.
99. Martin, you require 125.
He's done it again. He's gone 18s on 125. I wonder why he doesn't go bullseye.
57.
I'll have to ask him
Mikey,
that.
you require 76.
If not today, maybe tomorrow. This is to save the game.
Game
And the
shot
game
fifth
he
leg.
saves.
Michael Huntley.
A wonderful shot from Huntley.
Now,
Sixth leg, it's Michael to
he
throw
has the
first.
darts to send us the
Game on.
distance. Thomas has had his opportunity to serve it out. It's Huntley now on throw to take us the distance.
140.
And importantly from his perspective as well, as Paul rightly mentioned in terms of the legs difference bracket, he's going to lose it tight because his legs difference is in a good place.
180.
Thomas is in a good place and well placed now.
What a leg so far.
140.
They are knocking 7 bells out of each other all of a sudden.
140.
Had some really good boxers from Wales over the years. Joe Calzaghe, Enzo Macronelli.
$140.
This is like round 11 and round 12 of a fight where both players feel that points may not be enough. What a leg.
141.
What a leg
Michael, you
this has been
require
from
81.
both. Huntley's left 81 after 9 with the darts, and if he doesn't take this out, he may well go on and lose the match.
Double 13 for him, and if he misses, Thomas for a 10.
55.
Oh, that was close.
Martin, you require
Now Thomas,
40.
if he hits tops, this will be the best leg he's ever had here. Fair to say, that one wasn't close. But it is an awkward shot. That's even more awkward.
20.
What a dramatic
Michael,
leg.
you require 26.
Huntley thought that was it. Before that, Thomas was almost impeccable. Double 4.
Game
It
shot
is
on the
his
sixth
saviour.
leg. Michael Huntley.
How many times today has he left double 4 and hit it with just one dart? Mr. Double 4 right there.
Seventh and
Michael
final
Huntley,
leg. It's
everybody.
Martin to throw first.
What has to be commended is the bravery as well in that situation. When he was staring down the barrel of defeat, double 13 was what he's going for. He was attacking with it, straight with the MO. No iron splitting because I fancied myself on one of 8s and 4s. It worked out for him.
60.
He who dares, Rodney. He who dares.
Who's Rodney? You're talking
60.
about Ryan's dad again. This has been one of the best games of the day, if not the best game.
87.
Standard-wise. You'd have to say it's up there with James Hurrell against Stu Wilson. Maybe this is a little bit better. Because that is now the third maximum
180.
for Martin Thomas in this game. Huntley's got none. But he's got 6 more 140 plus scores.
85.
Oh, bogey number time again. It's not 166.
97.
You heard what he thought about that dart. It's like someone had let a crow in there.
Well, Abby's going to the Crucible next week, and there was a famous pigeon that landed in that arena last year.
Oh, don't even go there. We had a pigeon in here earlier in the week.
68.
Double 10. And the all-Welsh battle goes the way of Martin Thomas. That was a tremendous game of darts. Great respect between them at the start, but ultimately a little bit of disappointment for Huntley at the end as he loses that 7-leg thriller by 4 legs to 3.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And a reminder that you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night. Of course, we do already have one player through to finals night. Berry Vampire coming through Group A in a superb debut campaign. But back here in Group C, we have just seen a phenomenal clash. If you want a high-quality encounter, just leave it to the two Welshmen, eh? Martin Thomas and Michael Huntley battling it out. What a superb encounter. 97 average from Martin Thomas in the end in that one. His tops hitting improved as the day went on, and as a result, the favourite to win the group before a dart had been thrown moves on to 6 points and still looks very good to qualify at the halfway point. Hitting 50% of his doubles in that one. Michael Huntley didn't do a great deal wrong at all in that match, did he? Hitting 3 out of 5 himself. An average north of 91.5 from him. So plenty of positives from him to take from his day's campaign. Let's have a look then at the league standings ahead of our final game of the session. It is James Hurrell who sits top on 8 points at the moment. Stu Wilson can join him. He can actually move top if he's to get a victory in this last match of the day against Ryan Harrington. Wilson very handily placed, isn't he? Winning 3 of his 4 matches so far with a level that has got better and better as the day has gone on. He's looked so composed, so comfortable on stage ahead of this final match. It is looking very, very nice for him indeed. Someone who hasn't looked overly comfortable on that stage today, though, is his opponent in this next match, Ryan Harrington. He's not looked as composed as he did yesterday. Can he recompose himself in this one to get himself another victory? Let's find out and hand over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so, one final game on our first ever afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series. We've played a 6 o'clock session before. We've, of course, moved the 7:30 evening sessions before. We've even had days where we played 22 games before. But we have entered new territory, and we are entering the final game of it with Ryan Harrington, who is in desperate search of a win to keep his hopes alive. And he takes on Stu Wilson, who a victory by any margin would see him be the table topper overnight. The man from Preston, nicknamed the Phoenix, former Challenge Tour event winner, has showed us some real good stuff today. As for Ryan Harrington, you feel as if possibly opportunity may have missed him here a little bit.
One more opportunity today, that's for sure. A win against Wilson, and he will end on 4 points with Huntley.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And he will leave Jack Vincent in the dust. Lose to Wilson, he will be in the dust with Vincent.
81.
And it will feel familiar because Vincent and Harrington have been at the foot of the Group A table pretty much the whole time.
Well, there's a situation here where, despite the fact
100.
that Stu Wilson is in second and Ryan Harrington is 5th, by the second game tomorrow, they could be level on points because the last fixture today will be the first of tomorrow. There's a 4-point gap between the pair.
41.
And so a double for Harrington in what we like to call the 4-pointer in this group. Well, it would set him very fair and would, well, it'd be music to the ears of James Hurrell, who could see half the work done for him because he's not going to play till game 3 tomorrow.
You think about what Hurrell wants until he plays again. He wants Harrington to win this match. Then he wants Harrington
57.
to beat him again. And then he'll want Michael Huntley to beat Martin Thomas. And that way, you'll have Harrington on 6 points. You'll have Wilson on 6 points.
55.
You'll have Huntley on 6 points. And Martin Thomas on 6 points. And Hurrell will still be top.
And be able to go 4 points clear.
26.
Which, at one point this week in Group A, he was. And he ended up in the bottom half. So pick the bones out of that.
85.
That is the MODUS Super Series for you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, double session day, Thursday and Friday. So we are back from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the
96.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. As Wilson looks to take out this opening leg with 161. He's got 6 darts against the throw to do exactly that.
He's been picking off his opponents very
99.
well today. I've been really impressed with him. I know his first performance against Jack Vincent was a win, but a somewhat under par
55.
performance.
Stu requires 62.
But he was given the breathing space to play well today at the start. And now he's just playing well.
30. Ryan, you require 145.
I feel like these are just the efforts he's going to have to take here. He needs to find something. One of those where we say, don't we, at the end of the day, but try and empty the tank as much as he possibly can.
86.
There's nothing out there.
Stu, you require 32.
For a first leg break, he has to go north.
Game shot on the first leg.
And look at those
Stu
two
Wilson.
darts. One of them's in, and the other one is finally missing.
Second leg, it's Stu to throw
Sometimes
first.
we spend
Game on.
so much time on grading what they hit. But how about we sometimes grade how good their darts are by how far they miss?
80.
I mean, that's a good, bad visit, if that makes any sense. At this level, a bad visit is a treble-less visit. Something
59.
like 45, 60, 58. But if you've got a dart in treble 5 and then a dart in single 5, if you're walking away with 80, you're quite happy if the 60 is the last dart. And look at those 3 there.
140.
Great 140. Everything tightly compacted.
You as coaches often say to people who maybe are brand new to the game, don't look at what you've scored, look at where the darts have gone.
There's a really famous 2-word phrase that follows almost every
140.
darts team in the world. Good grouping. It's almost seen as a secondary compliment.
42.
Because if somebody
Stu
scores
require
60 and all 3 darts are
141.
glued together, people will say good grouping, but it's a compliment because you don't score as much as you would hope.
125.
He's not doing much wrong. And he's starting to put his foot down again. He's leaving Ryan very,
15.
very exasperated.
Stu requires 16.
The ultimate guide. Now he's got 2.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
look at that
second
as
leg.
well.
Stu
Just
Wilson.
caresses off the flight and in for a 2-0 lead. He's not putting a foot wrong.
And all Ryan Harrington
Third
can
leg,
do
it's
is have
Ryan
a
to
word
throw
with himself
first.
at the back of
Game
the
on.
stage. This has not been the final match that he has hoped and desired for. Wilson here, the way things are going,
58.
could get this wrapped up very quickly indeed.
I just want you to take note. All 3 darts from Harrington there were below their target.
99.
Let's see where these 3 are. It's low again. That's a bit better.
58.
That was more positive. Even though it's a treble-less visit, Darts 2 and 3 on that visit were much more positive.
He beat Lisa Ashton in the final game, in his final game in yesterday's
100.
session. But apart from that, on Monday and Tuesday, there was a couple of worries as he came towards that final match of a session. And is it just something that we're beginning to see as a pattern here for Ryan Harrington?
There have been patterns, both in reaction to certain situations, his darts in the board, and patterns throughout the first 3 or even 4 days of play now.
138.
What you've got to do with those patterns is you have to learn from them. If you don't, if you continue to do the same thing
96.
and expect different results,
require 164.
you're going to be searching for a while. Look at Stu Wilson. Oh, that's a violent bounce out.
120.
But it still works out pretty well. He's left himself on Motown.
The Acapulco shot.
65. Stu, you require
Before
44.
tops, so when he head over to the 16s.
It'll be the 16s.
$28.
Well, that one was 49% sisal, 51% wire. That caught one of those prongs just outside of the scoring zone.
99. Stu, you require 16.
This is very reminiscent of Ryan's final match on Monday.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he did
Stu
lose
Wilson.
that one quite severely. It could well be exactly the same.
It looks as if potentially a similar
Fourth
fate
leg,
because
Stu
Stu
to
Wilson
throw
is
first.
racing
Game on.
towards the finishing post in this one. 16 Data gives him a 3-0 lead, averaging 88.5. 33% when it comes to the finishing. Ryan Harrington
34.
really not happened in this match. Mind you, we do return at 10 p.m. this
57.
evening. The session's going to be headlined by the newly crowned champion of champions, Leonard Gates. The exciting American talent's going to be joining us here at the Super Series. He's going to be joined alongside the 4-time champion of the
100.
world in Lisa Ashton, the Lancashire Rose, who progressed her way through Group A. The other player who came through Group A into that group was Jacob Taylor, the Canadian. And what a 3 days worth of
125.
darting entertainment he's provided us here at the Super Series to put in a very good level. And on most weeks, probably would have dominated the Group A, which was won eventually by Berry Van Peert.
140.
We'll see the Brazilian Diogo Portela in action. A Super Series regular played on opening night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's going to be a
85.
debut for Justin Hood. The man from the West Country is going to be here at the Super Series. That's a 10 o'clock start with us here after the Racing Post Greyhound show on Sporty Stuff TV.
180.
And it may not be very long away because Wilson is 47 points away from the finishing line. Ton 40, 180 in this deciding
140.
potentially leg.
Stu, you require 47.
And is 47 points away. Harrington puts pressure on with that 140. And he may only now get one dart. He's had to spurn a dart en route.
Game, shot,
but the double 16 is pinned.
Stu Wilson.
And Stu Wilson finishes off with a 4-0 win against Ryan Harrington. Wilson with a 91 average, 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. As for Ryan Harrington, it's a final match of Thursday he would wish to forget. As far as today's concerned, it is Wilson and Hurrell that were the two at the top of the table. Wilson by virtue of legs difference there. And so let's get some thoughts and reflections from upstairs on the balcony where Paul Nicholson has made the trip to join Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Stu Wilson, his level has just gone up and up and up all day, hasn't it? He was probably the unknown quantity, I think it's fair to say, coming into this. We all know what he's capable of, but we didn't know where his game was right now. We certainly do after that.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. I didn't know where his game was at, and we didn't have a great deal of information after his first game today. It was a scruffy affair with Jack. But ultimately, after that, even in defeat against James Hurrell earlier, he showed a really high level. And I think he's taken these good performances and run with them. I think his day is going to be something that he can really use tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mentioned prior to that game that he's been the player today who's looked so composed, he's looked comfortable, and he's looked in control of his emotions. Perhaps something we've not really seen from every other player in certain aspects of their game and at certain times, because even James Hurrell, after some games, has been left shaking his head at the standard he's produced.
Yeah, I think it's all about the standard that you expect from yourself. And it's a lot easier if you're Stu Wilson, for example, to feel at ease when you've won 4 games from 5. But in contrast to that, the people at the other end of the table, they've got to somehow soak up defeat and try and keep their emotions in check when it's a lot harder to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the league stand-ins then. And one of the games that really stands out for me in that respect is the all-Welsh affair that we saw. Martin Thomas and Michael Huntley. Huntley didn't really do a great deal wrong in that one. He is on 4 points going into tomorrow's action. But given the form that he came here in, he shouldn't worry too much about that, should he?
No, I don't think so. As long as he gets a revenge win against Martin Thomas in Game 2 tomorrow, he'll be very much back in the hunt. But that was my favourite game of the day because they were going hammer and tongs at each other. It was great fun. Love at the start, maybe a bit of frostiness at the end. I'm all for that. Game 2 tomorrow. Mark your cards.
Yeah, and I have to mention as well, you mentioned that embrace at the start. It's known as a cutch between us Welshies, okay? So it was a little cutch that they had. Heading into tomorrow, though, would you say Jack Vincent and Ryan Harrington, just too much to do?
I'd have to say yes, unfortunately, for those guys. We have seen people with just one win go through Group C in the past. I think it was Moreno Blom who did it on that famous campaign where Scott Walters won all 5 games on Thursday and lost all 5 on Friday. Sorry, Scott. But it's a really tall order, especially when you're seeing someone like Stu Wilson and the scrappy nature of James Hurrell coming to the fore.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket slide then, because we do have one more group to get underway this evening. Group B will get underway from 10 p.m. Diogo Patella must be wondering what on earth he has done to be in the group like that, because you don't really see him having enough to compete with the likes of Jacob Taylor tonight. Do you think that's fair?
That is an awful group to be in. I mean, we can't forget about Justin Hood as well. I rate him. I think he's brilliant. He's one of the best left-handers who has not broken through yet. And Diogo's going to have to find his optimum stuff over the next couple of nights. Otherwise, the top 3 could easily be Ashton, Taylor and Gates. And the other 2 have got work to do to make sure that that's not the case.
Yeah, Lisa Ashton, when you have a look at Group A and what she's had to do just to get herself into Group B, especially when you consider she lost her first 4 games in Group A, to regroup as she did and produce the level she did on Tuesday and Wednesday, you really have to give her a strong chance, don't you?
Just resilience. She's shown it throughout her whole career. She hasn't even been 100% this week. She's had a bad back as well. And if she's feeling a bit healthier tonight, watch out, lads. She might take you all out.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got a bad back, but maybe she's saying that just to get out of dancing with Leonard Gates. Maybe I'll leave that to you.
I wouldn't dance against Leonard on any sort of dance floor. Right, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely. He shouldn't have done that. But right, we will be back with you from 10 p.m. tonight. Make sure you come and join us then, because I think there are going to be a few fireworks.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
game on.
Look through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen, and you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that
120.
he started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the... I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, being here is going to be a good learning experience. So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
He said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, we need a player. In
Can you play darts,
96.
mate?
And lucky is a word I hate.
Same.
Hate it. And I used to get all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, oh, unlucky. No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky
41.
is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. What it was you missed.
140.
It was bad technique or poor practice. Something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it. And the reason Cam Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky. It's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated
Game
the
shot on
Challenge
the first
Tour.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
What a debut leg that is. A 14 dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's Cam to throw
unfortunate
first.
bounce out. Oof, could be steady in here.
No,
Game
that's unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and got a big 20, that's not unlucky.
No.
That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look
134.
at young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
Slightly overbalanced. The shoulder just coming a bit too far down, so that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
And you don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. Like I say, there's a little bit of... It's
140.
But the head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98. Cam, you require 47.
Sometimes cause a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
Screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
The level of play.
$60. $97.
It's interesting that he picked out Robert Thornton as well as part of players
140.
this week. I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require
Plus your
61.
Pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game shot on the third leg.
Not only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye. A double breaker throw, winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably and you're 3-0 up and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying
60.
no baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140 to 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
115 average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shots, and the match.
That
Cam
is
Crabtree.
Absolutely incredible. What an opening match and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles. 100%. A ton plus finish. 6 140s. 1 180. What a performance that was.
Off the night with a 94 average, 50% on the doubles against Gary Stone. But it is Andy Bolton, the opposition, the man who has been so steady, so solid for the last 6 days. And so battle commences in the final of week 4. It is Bolton who has won a bull off in the practice room. It's the only game throughout the course of the week where the players participate in such an exercise. And a man who is well versed in winning finals is alongside me in the commentary box. Hello, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. This is what everybody practices for. You can speak so nicely, so eloquently, so fantastically well about someone like Andy Bolton all week. But it's always just about this moment. Scott Taylor is the type of player who can spoil the party, who can spoil the headlines. I think he's up for this.
134.
However long this game goes, we are going to see quality. Whoever the victor will be, we are going to see quality. This feels like a week which has come up to the boil. And we may have yet seen
134.
The best of the action. Taylor first to finish, 134, but Bolton's going to apply ample pressure upon that.
140.
He just continues to impress, and it's difficult to do all the time. What he was looking for there was treble 18, 2 tops, which is, once again, a very modern way to go. A treble here would be nice.
94.
What a dart. I can't tell you how good that dart was.
67.
It puts all the pressure on this 67. He wasn't up for the challenge in the first leg against Gary Stone last time. That just creeps in. Big dart.
35.
Once again. Just mirrors the first game, and he's looking saying, why doesn't that go in? Scott Taylor tops for a 13 darter.
He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship on double 16 this week as Taylor gets a double 5 to break in the opener.
And there's the obligatory fist pump, and Sometimes when you write a story, Henry,
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
the ending
Game on.
is usually already written. There's just something about Scott Taylor that is here to spoil everything about that because he has this A game. He hasn't required his B game tonight because he just played so well and what a deserved winner he would be. But this guy has been unbelievable. How much did that semi-final take out of him?
96.
He won that second semi-final, and as a consequence of it, he's had less time to prepare, as Scott did. He probably had the best part of around about 40 minutes to
100.
prepare himself for the duel. And of course, that last semi-final going all the way meant that he had basically the maximum amount of time he could have had to prepare for such an occasion. But then
60.
you can flip that coin the other way, and it's the discussion which I think we'll be having about darts for, well, until the end of time, that do you prefer being hot and being played second, or having that little bit of rest time? Well, as far as Scott Taylor's concerned, he'd be happy to have had the rest. Leaving 1-2-1 after 9, averaging 110, and for pretty much the first time this week, Andy Bolton is deviated below that 90 average.
You look at treble 13 or treble 17, so a big 14.
81.
What a setup player there is from Scott Taylor. I did say he's capable of 110 average, albeit being very early in this match, but he has them gears. Is it going to take something like that to beat Andy Bolton?
59.
Because he's been incredible
Scott,
the last dozen
40.
games. Never
That's
looked like
game shot
losing, but
and
it's
the
Scott
second
Taylor
leg.
who
Scott
takes a
Taylor.
2-0 lead with that obligatory left-arm fist pump. It's getting interesting, this, Henry.
Very, very
Third
much
leg is
so.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy Bolton, I think he's just gone back and a little bit of a chew on a sweet or something like that. Maybe just something to kind of get him going.
57.
He's done that all week, not necessarily when he's behind. It's just maybe just a little bit of sugar he requires. He's using all his experience he needs to get the best out of himself.
134.
What a performance this is.
It's an inspired display from Scott against the Scot.
100.
At 9:30 on Monday morning, Chris Murphy asked, who's your winner this week? I said, Andy Bolton. He said, who else stands out for you?
180.
And anyone who knows what my tips are like will realise that's usually the poison chalice. But right now,
100.
this is sensational. Look at them numbers.
Quite frankly put, he's playing pretty much unplayable darts.
100.
When his timing's right, it just makes the game look so easy. How on earth did he have a 66 average against Kevin Dowling? You just think it's two different players that you look at. It's similar to his shirt there.
59.
On the yellow is his
Scott,
A
you
game.
require 87.
And the black is just that B game that's just non-existent. This is insane.
He's getting better.
That's game shot. And the third
That's a
leg.
12.
Scott
That's a
Taylor.
double break. It's 112.72, the average. We said maybe the best might be saved for the final.
Fourth leg,
Well,
it's
Scott
Scott to
Taylor
throw
is
first. Game
saving
on.
his best for the final. He is not just running his way possibly now to the £5,000 top prize. He's got into a Formula One car
96.
and he is in fifth gear going through the parabolica towards the finishing line.
Para what?
It's a famous corner.
I know.
140.
I'm an egghead. You wouldn't think so at the quiz on Monday night, but there we go. Look at this, Henry.
95.
I don't think many people would have predicted this after 3 legs, especially the way this man has played this week.
131.
Has that semi-final just taken too much out of him? Or should we be looking at how fantastically well Scott Taylor
82.
is playing and continues to play? Let's give the credit to Scott Taylor.
Sometimes you just run into an immovable object, and sometimes you just got to congratulate and shake the opposition's hand.
100.
And it might be a case that Andy Bolton has to do that. But of course, at the Super Series, anything is possible. Don't write Bolton's obituary yet. However, Scott Taylor is making a frantic dash to the finishing line.
And you require 130.
This has to go.
It's bull for Bolton.
105.
Scott Taylor, 48.
Scott, you require 48.
For your biggest win of your career.
Double 16.
That's game,
and it is
shot,
super
and your week 4
Scott
winner of the MODUS Super Series,
Scott Taylor has produced an unbelievable performance to qualify for Champions Week. Here's an average of 109 to get the better of Andy Bolton.